Peace and quiet, all will be peace. I like that. Okay, what did I miss, guys? Annie subbed earlier. Thank you, Annie. Having no fun to pull through it. Nice. Yeah, congrats for the T12 and Fisto open world lover. I actually need to finish the planner for Polarized. Let me check that. So I did this, yeah. Mostly I just need to add a few descriptions, so it's going to be very simple. Do this, yeah. Okay, let's do this, yeah. Use, wait. Okay, what else? The rest is relatively simple, actually. God Slayer. Way of Perdition, Crushing. Tybalt's Will, I guess. It's not all too much more to say, to be honest. What's that called? Old Mountain Set. Song of the Old Mountain. Okay, good enough, I think, for now. Was I actually running the Blood Howl? I guess I was. No. What did I have there? The Shred. I put the wrong skill there. Okay, good enough. We're live, guys, yeah. Hello. I just wanted to get that out because I want to release the video. So let me just do that real quick. Because you want to have more videos later. So anyway, I started blasting. Entropic beware. Let's go. Morning. There's a new chase item now. Ah, even more GAs or like what? What are we doing? Check DMs. Okay. Whatever, GN. Okay, let's see what Sado is telling us here. Ah, yeah, I've seen that one. Kinda funny. What's the plan for today? Well, for now, I was gonna keep enjoying the tornado a little bit, because this will actually turn out really nice. And but we'll see. I think I wanted to try some lacerate. There's also boulder we can still do. I forgot one note on my polarized planner. Actually, I need to add something. There's too many sigils, yeah. What is going on?
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Umul Reserve. Let's go. World boss in 1 minute. Oh. Should we go? I should actually be melting world bosses, I think. How much armor rest do you have for each armor level? I wouldn't really look at that. You should look at the toughness. The toughness is a better indicator of like how tanky you are. But for, yeah, besides that, that's not really like a real benchmark, I guess. For Torment 12 on hardcore, you should reach like 4 or 5 million, I would say. On softcore, 2 to 3 million maybe. Oh shit, we're gonna build resolve very slowly here. We have none. This guy's melting. Doo-doo-doo. It's also a barb, I guess. But my tornadoes are bigger. $5 million on T12, 5 million is a noodle. Nah, 5 million is kind of like a relatively realistic expectation without giving up, like, you know, insane amounts of damage for extra toughness and stuff. I mean, other classes you might get a bit more, but yeah, like, let's say if you don't have like built-in defenses on your class and stuff, like 5 million is a pretty good target, just on like gear and so on. Like for Warlock standards, 5 million is insane. I guess Warlocks have like hidden damage reduction from the Greater Hex Paragon board that every build runs anyway. Doesn't the Maxwell Bone Spirit also stack Resolve? You shouldn't be dying at all with any Resolve stacker. I can barely stack any Resolve. I have to press Bone Spirit. It gives you 2 Resolve every cast. I'm not sure what's the aspect called, but there's an aspect for that. And then you can also like fast forward it a little bit if you put Bone Golem on the bar. There's also like the Skelly thing that you could do. That's Tornado Bear. $5 million? I didn't mean 5 million in town, Teddy. Like, I don't know how other classes do it. But like, on the Rogue, I definitely had a bit more toughness than on the Warlock. I mean, Warlock is just, you know, really bad on toughness, I guess. But like 5 million toughness in town is like not happening, like anywhere, I guess.
It's a legendary heritage. And I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Yeah, we're playing Tornado, so it is.
It's worth something. Not much.
That's a lot of human presence, holy. Why I can't upgrade healing potion? Good question. These days you have the technology, from level 1 actually. I get greeted by like 200 fucking wolves ready to pounce when I load in. That's cool. Cooldown reduction from where? Well, it might surprise you. That we have this. It's actually good. I didn't fix it for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. I mean, the gambling uniques is not that crazy, I feel. I've tried a little bit on the other towns, and I don't know. You don't get uniques very often, you know. You get like so many blue items you can upgrade into uniques with the dust. The actual uniques themselves, like if you get one, it's 850. I don't know, it feels like it's kind of whatever. And I wonder which way is actually bugged. Is Tamus bugged or is the rest bugged? And the city is so good, man, these days. Really feels good to run out of city, I think. How many hours I've put into the season? Kinda insane, I'm not playing on 300 yet. I mean, I would be 300 if I wanted, I guess, a long time ago. But, you know, Paragon is just not a priority, really. So, you know, if you want, you could do hardcore SF 1 to 300 in like probably 10 days or so these days. So I could have done it like 2 weeks ago or something. Yeah, my total hours are probably like around 400 or so. But I also have like a 280 softcore character, almost. So just from that alone, I would probably be 300 already, I guess. Yeah, I'll make a guide for this build, I think. I don't think you even have to nade on maximum right now, so I guess. You're following the whirlwind barker, but it can't generate fury to even start spinning. Any thoughts? I'm not sure what the bombs do these days for that, but I guess maybe a shout or something? Or installable? Maybe you have Tybalts plus installable, maybe you need to press some button. You can also take installable from runes. That's a lot of prisons. Oh my god. You have 9 minutes to do all this for triple helltide. Right, Tanisos? very nice if like not the tiniest little thing would interrupt me every time I take one of these. Holy. Please. Nice, famous. Let's go. And Eldraine don't really care about gem strength though, it's a one-hander, so it doesn't matter that much. Gem strength is only really good on the two-handers. Yeah, I actually just published a video guide for Pulveris. And I added a few notes in the planner and stuff. You wonder how the leaderboard leaders get such an amulet? Yeah, I mean the people at the top of leaderboards are, you know, number 1, probably blasters, number 2, maybe RMTing or exploiting, number 3, maybe account sharing, and so you're gonna have a pretty good loot, I mean, the main way to get to the top of the leaderboard is by having good gear, so the people at the top of the leaderboard will have good gear, you know? That's kind of how it goes. Where the gear comes from is kind of secondary, let's say, but you will see crazy items at the top of the leaderboard because that's the number 1 distinguishing factor between, you know, a high and a low tier clear. And of course, you know, there's still some, you know, gameplay and whatever, right? But it matters relatively little in this game compared to like D3, for example. So you'll see the crazy gear at the top of the leaderboard all the time, because that's the way to get to the top. Which broker do I recommend for fun and style points gameplay wise? Headshot. D3 all over again with the leaderboard. The field leaderboards were definitely more interesting than D4, I think. Like, first of all, I didn't have like crazy exploits every fucking season. And second, you know, like the good players were usually at the top and the bad players were usually not. So that's definitely quite different than D4, I think. I think in D4 you have a lot more bad players that are at the top. Tornado Druid is a thing. And I don't have a planner. Hello. Okay. If I mentioned in the video that G8 charms don't drop and I need to reroll to get it. I'm not sure if I did. I mean, I made some video like a few weeks ago about charms, how to get them and so on, so I guess I might have mentioned it there. But yeah, I expect that there's probably a bug. And that might just be fixed next season anyway, so it's kind of late now. I mean, we have PTR in like a week, so... for your top 700 bar ditch. I mean, obviously there's also like more people in D4, I guess. That's another thing. But yeah. Any poison dash enjoyers? Oh man, is it that time of the season again? Hi Ava. I saw the screenshot. Where's the shadow dash? We're trying running a flame frozen orb sork. I would try that, yeah. I was actually kinda excited to do that. But I mean, anything that's not lightning on sork seems to be pretty underpowered, at least compared to lightning. I'm not sure if it's actually underpowered or if it's people are just like, you know, thinking it's bad. But yeah. I have a dual filter for lunatic warlock builds. Yes, the guides have dual filters, you can check there. I have trouble generating fury. Any tip how to solve that? Well, I don't know, just think about someone punching a kitty or something. Or roll fury regeneration on your gear. One of the two. I need to move something here. This is getting out of hand. What do I do? I think Zeal and Lance are pretty close, Chief. Yeah, I don't think I would do dash T12 Mephisto on hardcore, I must say. Might be slightly yikes. Oh boy.
Plenty worth keeping. Forge awaits your return.
What is like half-made gloves here, man? What the hell? For my science experiments. Whenever a new character for a new build, what do I think should focus on to see the greatest returns? Yeah. I mean, okay, assuming you have a bunch of paragons and mythics and whatever lying around, I guess just get a bunch of like random accessor gear, start blasting, you know, temporary, and print some random stuff. And then usually it's like uniques for your build, you know, uniques can be really impactful, so just go farm some bosses on like Torment 6 or some shit. And you're gonna get some nice power spike there. And then it's basically a lot of glyph leveling. Glyphs are pretty big stonks
We were just getting
without really much effort. I think Warplanes are gonna be account-wide next season. There's a good chance. I would prefer them not to be account-wide. I would rather have a catch-up mechanic for my alts. But I think Blizzard is gonna do the account-wide route. Weird looking Warren Barb. Yeah, he has grown. Mostly to the sides. But the tornadoes are bigger too. A little bit more hairy, I guess. Yo, Kintyo, thank you. How's the single target damage? Pretty insane actually on Tornado.
It is done. Let's reconsider.
Escalation time.
Can't stop there. Come on, one more.
He never made a Druid since the base game release. Holy. What's the best goal to aim for with an ult? Just, you know, get it to Tom and 12 and, you know, blast Mephisto and... I don't know, something like that, I guess. Like for me, a build is complete when I can basically one-tap their bosses in T12. And I have taken down Mephisto. Then I'm kinda happy, you know, then we've kinda completed the game and we go again. And then with Ludic Warlock, which build should China, Whirling Barb or Sork? Well, Sork is not a build, but both of them are incredibly overpowered compared to anything you did on a Warlock, so enjoy, I guess. It's so dark here, man. Also, why do these tornadoes follow me better than Twisting Blades on a Rogue? What the fuck is going on? I just realized they're actually coming to, like, from all the way back. Follow me. Turbo Reserve, yeah. How can I cast tornadoes as a bear? I asked the wolf friends how to do it. And then I became very angry. And that suddenly allowed me to do it. But it's a lot of cooldown. That is correct, Profane. Oofgar there. There's tributes. Tributes are extremely good for prisms. There's also bargains you can add to that. Hi, Shadow Sapiens. I am using Orange Herald Aspect, yes. Just a minute, guys. We're back. This build doesn't have a planner yet, but I'll make one later.
sandwich is very nice.
Missing a corner. Ein Shotgun. Ja. Das ist von Metamorphosis. Was hast du gedacht, dass du alle halbe Minute oder so wieder aus Metamorphosis rausgehst und dann das resettest? Du kannst Metamorphosis ausmachen. Nach einer Weile. Und dann findest du das eben nicht. Ich weiß nicht, welchen Bild du spielst. In Lunatic zum Beispiel bleibst du einfach immer in der Form, weil du keine Feuer-Skills hast, außer den Jump. Bei anderen Builds musst du rausgehen. Is better plus life or percentage life? And this is usually never a question. How do you have that question?
Mainlander, what brings you?
These ovals, man. Yeah, and it's gonna get nuked for sure. It's very annoying.
We're just getting warmed up. May you find
Oh my god. Again. Generally, you don't want to use an entropic prison. Unless you're very scared. Just have to get the whole reserve right before Astaroth. Can't be able to resolve stacks here easily.
Care for a game, have a look. An excellent pull, my friend. Fate smiles.
Back to it then. Welcome to my home away from home.
How's it going? Are we gonna make a tornado bear? You're doing T12 hardcore Helltide and non-party Barb was there with me, he suddenly died and instead it was killed by Altkin, my merc. I mean, when it says it was killed by a merc, then most of the time this is just like, you know, wrongly allocated. So people think that their mercs kills them and stuff like that, but it's not true. People stand in some explosion and die, and then the game doesn't know who is the cause, and they just take like the merc or something. And that's it. So this guy might have just randomly ripped to something, and since there was no enemy around, because he stood in like 5 explosions, like it was your merc, basically. No, there is no Merc killing bug. The game just says it was your Merc. They're scapegoating right here, man. Good guy right here. How can they? Is it true some Warlock pets can stun players? Never heard of that. Yeah, Neo Geo, like you asked a good question about life percent and life flat, right? But there is no scenario where you have to decide between the two. So I don't know where that could happen. I guess it could happen on an item that has transfigured life percent, and another item that doesn't have any life or something. But I mean that's like a very weird case. So what you need to know is that increases to life are now scaling additively. Previously, every source of percentage life was multiplicative. Now it's all just one scalar. So it's just like, you know, whatever the sum of increases of life you have is the total multiplier for your total life pool, basically, and that's it. Which means that it kind of like loses a bit of value, relatively speaking, as you go. And you kind of want to, like, you know, not just stack life, but you also want to stack armor, and you also want to stack res, basically. And you also try to get a mix. It's similar to like the damage multipliers. You know, you want to have a mix of your vuln and crit and so on. And similar, you want to have a mix of life and armor and res. And you can always like kind of see for your character how it's going. Like, you know, you roll an item, then it has like, you know, no stat on it, and then you like add life, you see how much does the toughness change, you roll it again, you see the armor, okay, and then you roll it again, you eventually get the auras, and then you see again. Usually always wins, unless you're talking about Zorks maybe, I guess. Grizzly Rage. Yeah, I mean, once they fix the resolve stacking, then this whole like Grizzly Rage meta will definitely fall off a lot. Because right now anything that can be a bear will be a bear. This means companions, this means tornado, and so on. So I had Butcher respawn for sure. Shrines. Maybe you lost some enemies along the way. You have to kill them all to like respawn everything basically. They spawn like in a sequence. What the hell? Hello, Nettie. Hello, Maple. How do you get a green lightning? The green lightning. What's this upgrade here? Maybe it makes it green? I don't know. Well, is the character still there, NTC? Good luck. If you have a scroll in EDC, usually it should be fine. Why am I here? I'm in the wrong zone. Oh, got a Paragon. Holy. Deal with that now. Nice simple. That was strange. Quickly, guys. Take the meltdown. This looks more like it here. What happened with Anario there? She just didn't die. It kinda doesn't respawn any monsters if that's what you're trying to do.
Step up to my end.
Mainlander?
Knife on kill is defensive, right? If I'm not mistaken, or is that the utility?
May you find your
Fuck.
way back.
Legion is utility. Okay. whatever mobs were bugged, did so much damage that they one-shot me. I'm sure it wasn't just like your resolve stacks missing, or it wasn't just maggots who are insane, or bloodseekers who are insane or something. Yeah, exactly, maggots. I don't think they're bugged, they're just kinda insane. And they probably didn't trigger your Endurance Wave at all, because they do too little damage. Yeah, they can't watch it, yeah, but they shoot a lot. Big flail. Warp action. It has weapon damage, so...
Let's reconsider. People have so much issues with the maggots in the pit. Like, is that legit an issue?
Interesting. A Yom rune and a Seer rune. And that's it. Any plans on PoE 2? Yeah, probably galvanic shards. Or something grenades. I don't know. Yo, Rise. Thanks, alright. Hello. How's it going, guys? Playing some Druid here. How was your stream? Just kinda got started for the day a little while ago. Just enjoying some tornado. I'm doing good. You're running Druid too, nice. What are you doing? Yeah, close. I've been working on a Druid since like 2 days ago now. I've been doing some Polarize, then some Earth Spike, and now we're doing some Tornado. It's been pretty fun so far. Druid is kinda cool.
Willing to bet Warlock's gonna be OP next season. Yeah, I mean, just by the fact that, you know, they're gonna nerf all the OP stuff. You know, Warlock's gonna look much better already, I guess. But it's really hard to make a Warlock feel OP, considering their weak defenses and their weak mobility. Like, this is something that's, like, much more fundamental and not so easily solved with just, like, a quick fix. I'd be surprised if they suddenly make, like, Nether Step 100 times better or something like that. But, who knows. Yeah, Stormclaw is gone. I can't believe that they did that. That's crazy. Oh, Maxley. Shit. Wait, Danger, are you here? Oh, what am I doing? I want to do escalation. Yeah, the problem with Warlock is, like, their mobility skills are not great. And they have a lot of builds that rely on, you know, like, setting up multiple things at once before you can actually start doing damage and so on, right? In other classes, you just, like, walk in and you blast. And Warlock is all about this, you know, like, setup and so on. Combo stuff with the Ritualist archetype, and then you have the whole, like, Abyss archetype where it's like, okay, you're actually seeing, they're in the back, and you're chilling, and it's like manipulating monsters, like, meanwhile everyone just, like, one-shots the rest, right? So, then you have, like, a minion army, so minions are generally kind of slow. Then, okay, like, the only thing that is, like, not a slow archetype is, like, the whole, like, Vanguard thing, right? Being a demon and blasting. Oh, I think so, the 500 bits. Is this better rise? More raiders. How do you put a Druid filter for a build onto PlayStation? You need to log in on PC and then you can copy it. Oh, and the sub as well. Thank you, brother. That happened to me as well that time is when I didn't look at the timer and like, oof. But did it take you 5 minutes to type this? Why is Stormclaw gone? Well, ask the devs, not me, man. They just deleted it. It was too good. It's kind of crazy because it's probably like the most popular build of all time for Druid, right? Stormclaw. And they just deleted it. That's wild. And the thing is, the item still exists. The fucking crone stuff is still there. And they revoked it into whatever it is now. It's insane. How did this happen? Probably just add a unique or two to give all better mobility options or aspects. Surely. Last time Mercenary Soldier feels like a myth, the new tree feels like dinner in Italy, you pick aperitivo, antipasto, primo secondo and a dolce cafe. All builds in all the classes. I don't know, I kinda like the new trees. I mean, there's obviously some stuff where I feel like, okay, this is undertuned, or, you know, we don't really have too many options in some places. But I think overall, it has been very fun to make builds so far.
don't have a plan for this yet. What's going on here? Okay. Sure. Oof, that sounds funny. I think I have enough of these charms, right? Let's just get rid of this. Dude, what? What rewards did I choose? He dropped like nothing. Oh, Peter at 7. Woohoo. Actually quite far with the wall plans here, we're rank 8. Look at that. Yeah, these rune tributes are kinda useless for me. Not sure what's the point. What's the point of these refinement tributes? The seals are gonna save it for the next guy. Armaments. I guess I can run mythic tributes, but then I have like more stash issues. Well, fuck it, I guess we're gonna run the tributes of harmony. What are my patch notes predictions? Oof. Kinda hard to tell what they will do, to be honest. I mean, I guess some stuff is like obvious, you know, like nerfs to swords, barbs, and all that, whatever, right? A lot of like fixing unintended overpowered stuff. I don't know what they will do with like Warlock and so on. I guess they might buff a few things on like Warlock, Paladin, whatever. But I guess we'll see. Like in general, I think they can do like a lot of balancing across the board for all the classes. They just had Warlock move and cast out of their abilities, a class would instantly feel better to play. Yeah, maybe a few things I could do. Like when you press your command demon, for example, right, for Horizon set or something, that would help.
More bar buffs. I mean, that's always expected, right? Should be able to hide other Warlock spells so you can see what's going on in the Helltide. Yes. You can just hide the other players. Just go to hardcore, crossplay off. Helltide. Alright then. In 5 days my stash tab nightmare will be over for a while. Yeah, it will take you 30 minutes on a PTR, don't worry. And then you're back. I guess you're playing PoE maybe. Okay. Who's excited for some PoE by the way? Monks are cool as hell for PoE too. Yeah, I love playing monks. I think I actually played monks more than anything else. I think I made 3 already. So Sims interview when you get a chance. Marcos hosting Jonathan's build. Wait, what? That's funny. What did he say, man? I need to hear that. Said he was using the recommended support gems and Mark said he made the recommended support gems. That's great actually. I heard the Twister Hunter stuff is like ridiculous, and they didn't nerf it or something. Like, what the hell's going on? New season is on Friday, February. Oh, 5 subs from a bird. Oh, they didn't know birds can give so many subs. Thank you. Why am I still playing this game? Well, it turns out it's pretty good. A lot of people are still playing this game, man. Retention is insane for this season. They can still nerf it. Trust. Yeah, they probably will do some last minute Giga nerf to the Twister stuff, I guess. Of the exploits and the OP stuff from reset letter 2 days before season end. Last minute to clip it up. It was like, you know, 5 minutes before league launch. It's like, oh, here, final patch notes, last fixes, and then Twister nerfed 80% or some shit. I was talking about how he went up against the red. I wouldn't stop spamming shit and I broke laughing. Gonna make an economy reset between 0.5 and 1.0. You mean like during this patch? Or you mean just going from like from like, you know, now for early access to launch? Last night I had physical gems. Is tonight of physical? It is.
surprised I'm not using Basilisk on Tornado. Yeah, I managed to get away from the Earth set. I actually removed Basilisk from the Earth Spike set at some point. For Polter I kept it, because this kind of feels good. But yeah, for Earth Spike you don't need it, you need enough. So I'm in shard there. I played Dragonkin, yeah. It's alright as like a side game for me. After 0.5 in September or earlier, they want to make fixes, balance, there's a lot of changes. Okay, so it's gonna be like a semi-release, I guess. That's kinda nice. So definitely need to get a few characters done. Before that, and then doing like another round. Because it's gonna be like the last big patch, I guess, before launch. It'll be after PV1 League, okay. Should I Storm Strike if we're going to World Tour of Druid skills? Nah, I'm upset that they deleted Stormclaw. I'm not sure if I want to do Storm Strike. I'm not sure I'm gonna do like every build on the Druid, but you know, some of the stuff that's interesting, like, you know, Pulf is always evergreen. Tornado, right? So, yeah, kinda happy with how this Tornado is turning out, to be honest. And the Grizzly Mage doesn't actually feel like you want to uninstall with the Orange Herald, so that's nice. And Lacerate is something I still want to try, I guess. That could be kind of promising. Nah, it's not mad. Mine is sleeping here. That's like another dog. But yeah, I'm kind of vibing Danger on Druid. It's kind of fun right now. It's gonna play Druid for the day. And then maybe later today we're gonna do Lacerate. Is there anything else actually that I wanted to do now? If I didn't want to try Boulder, I guess Boulder would be relatively good. I don't really trust this 5 limit of boulders. I feel like this is gonna feel kind of bad. Limit of 5 boulders, like what do you do all the time? You have killed Mephisto 7 times and no Mythic Seal, lol. Yeah. Yeah, Mephisto dropping Mythic Seals is a lie. That's how it is. People say Butcher is the way to farm seals. That sounds like cope actually. But who knows. Dark Citadel guys, log in. It's all good if you run the same setup, it's too homogeneous. Yeah, once they nuke the resolve stacking, I guess it's gonna be more interesting. And then maybe nerf the Grizzly Rage 200% multi a bit. And then I think Druid should be kinda nice. But I'm just kinda happy to play a bit of Tornado, you know? Last will be interesting because this last cannot go Grizzly Rage, so you can't benefit from the resolve combo. So we'll see what we'll do there, I guess. I don't think I have Tornado on Maxwell right now. How do you apply curses in a Bone Spirit Golden Epiphany build? Yeah, wait, before it came from the set, right? I might actually have to do some tweaks there, because you probably won't have the curses anymore, yeah. You could do it with a rune. Rune is an option, you can still get frailty and so on. But that's not worth running without the +1, I think. I need 8 casters on T12, 21 mirrors. And for Tibbets, you should try to upgrade hands, make this in the cube. Oh, rare is Forge Eldarin. Very rare. And a good grandfather at my rogue. I haven't heard that question very much lately. But I certainly heard a lot of question of can I equip grandfather on this build or that build. But no rogues have asked me yet. I certainly asked about Doombringer though. Considering Tendos is not the only way to apply poison, but it's the most convenient way. I want to rate this season. I don't know. It's hard to really rate this as a season when it's actually just the expansion. I guess I'll give it a 9. We're not even playing a season, right? It's just like it's like a non-seasonal. It's Eternal Realm basically. So in that sense, you know, it's just how the game is now. I have an idea what's going on next D4 season? No, but stay tuned to find out. As they will tell us in 5 days. 4 days actually. Tune in next season for all new and exciting bugs. It definitely keeps things interesting though. I think I'll do like full PoE for a few days until PTR basically. Then we're probably gonna do full D4. Then we'll see how I like go after that. The martial artist monk looks insane, by the way. Yeah, I hear people talk about martial artists. I don't really like this glove thing, though. And if that is like gonna be like the most prominent feature of the Ascendancy, then I don't know. Because it sounds like it's like impossible to predict what a glove even does, I guess. When you equip it. You notice there's a lot of German players in D4 and PoE 2, any reason? Yes, they're blasters. I mean, I don't know, maybe Germans are on average more nerdy than other countries or something. And in that case, you know, that's like the perfect genre for that. Also, I guess it's like a more rich country, so video gaming is probably more widespread than in other countries in general. In like weird, nerdy hobbies. But I don't know, I mean, you could probably find some explanations, but that's just what I'm guessing. Oh, I finished my portal while TPing. What the fuck? Like I jar teleported and my portal still finished. It didn't interrupt. Interesting.
Oh, finished so soon?
Tree level 6. We spend in spark time. I don't think I really care about the pit objectives that much anymore. Ambushes spawn out of 4 additional Hellborn. Sounds kind of nice actually. But I think you want one more point because you want to keep the rats. This is also not bad. Oof.
I'll save this one.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Gemling has a lot of potential. Did it give some examples for the new Gemling stuff? I imagine that if you actually invest like a Ascendancy node, then the new quality effects must be significantly better than normal, right? But we don't really know, right? So... And also, like, what is like good, effective ways of getting a lot of quality on your gems? I know there's some stuff you can get on the tree, right? On the bottom, I believe. And I guess Gemling itself has a bunch of quality. Are there like items for that? I'm sure that's a thing. Like in PoE1 there's like the amulet from Exile. Gives you talisman, so those are going away. You can have quality amulets. Is that an unique? Yeah, I wonder if like some of the quality effects will be so crazy that you really want to get like all the quality, right? I guess there could be some skills like that. But hard to say. Reducing quality across the board, give it to Gemling. I think that's like a really cool way to do it though. You know, they kind of like balance gems a lot better because, okay, if you can't get like ridiculous quality in various places, then, you know, this is just what you get when you have that gem, right? But then you have like the Ascendancy node and you can tweak it there. So I think that makes sense. What does do? You misspelled it. Any do-do-dos, guys? But I'll show what is do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. That was good. So now you know what do is, guys. Average boy does stream. Holy. The mashup of Zombie Nation and Sandstorm. Yeah, that sounds actually interesting. We play 777k with the session. Holy. That's a good idea. It's about 124 instead of around 40k on Steam. Yeah, it hasn't barely gone down, right? What did it start with, like 60k or something? Wild. People are vibing. It started at 50 and now it's 40, damn. Yeah, the Steam numbers are very small for D4 because they came out very late on Steam and most people are on Battle.net. And there's also like all the like console players and stuff that don't even have Battle.net. So there's a lot of people. I mean, we've reached the community goal, right? So that gives you a bit of an idea. So the 266 million Paragon So yeah, this means like at least 1 million people at like 200 something paragons basically, right? And that's just the people that are actually blasting. Then there's a lot more people that are not blasting. I think they easily sold like, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 million copies or something. 1 trillion copies. I saw the numbers for D2R. There was actually like a report on D2R. And they didn't give like, they gave the numbers on how many copies I sold or something. But they said that people made 1.9 million Warlocks in the Return of the Warlock season. And I guess most people make 1 character, and maybe some people make multiple, but I think you're probably talking about at least 1 million people or something that also like bought the Reign of the Warlock thing. Kinda wild. Then there's the people that bought it and didn't play Warlock. When they reach the goal? I mean, I didn't see the confirmation, but someone mentioned like, it was like 2-3 days ago that we were at 96%, so I'm pretty sure it's over. At least our Midnight is here. I heard relatively bad things about Midnight. Is it good though? I heard it's like buggy and stuff. Classic, I guess. Based on how well Blizzard handles large integer numbers, it probably appears it's minus 9.2 billion copies sold. Yes, exactly.
May you find your way back.
We 360 is gem power. That sounds like cheating. Season 14 theme is Season of Bug Fixing. Holy. The Season of Squashed Bugs. Watch out, guys. Dude, legit, that's like the best thing they could do, so... New archetype bug druid. Let's go. If you could have a third form danger, what would it be? Spider form. Holy. There's like some massive anti-accessibility stonks, I guess. Spider form. Mad chicken form. Oh, you have the lunatic warlock now, I guess. Close enough. Mad is almost as synonymous, I guess, to lunatic. And chicken is very close to the form. We got some I don't play Druid because they're fat shatters. Yeah, imagine, man. Maybe some people don't play Spirit Bomb because they're thin and athletic. That's not me. I'm not gonna play that class. Mean a consume skill in Diablo? Mean a consume corpses or something, or what? Where would I rank the Bones for Necro and Healers? I don't know. I mean, it's somewhere. It's ranked somewhere, so our Necros put it somewhere. It's definitely a pretty good build, I think. Very zoomy. It's just the speed alone makes it very good, I think. Not the greatest at like bossing and stuff, at least the way I played it, but we did kill Mephisto. Only took a while. For the 12 levels it's fine, but for Mephisto was a bit yikes.
Hi, Hefe. Is the endgame poison range from the Rogue Pensioner build to max out the bugged one? I can do 150. No, we don't have the bugged one on Maxwell. Necro and Zumi. What a time to be alive. Yeah, Necro, dude. It's like the fastest build I made so far. They're fucking insane. Just make the trample chest, the trample as many times as you want in those 2 seconds. Yeah, I thought it's what it's supposed to do. But it seems like you just don't have enough time to actually do more than one extra cast anyway. Dude, it's so weird what I've done with Druids, honestly. Like Trample Slide, Stormclaw, like such classic builds, both just deleted. They even made a Trample unique and they didn't give it Trample Slide. Like, what? What's the point? We're taking the other portal, I think. Oops. I would say that the Dark Shroud is more tanky than the Bulwark Rune. You can kind of use both together, but I think the Dark Shroud is probably the worst one. I guess there's one advantage, which is that you can kind of like ramp it more slowly. If you don't take a lot of hits, then it's usually kind of good.
They cooked too hard, came out burnt. I mean, the lack of build variety is mostly in terms of lack of meta builds, right? Because you have some stuff that's like too OP, oversights, you know, some stuff is buggy, and so on, right? But all of that can be completely fixed in just one single patch, so I'm kind of positive it's gonna be better next season. And even without that, right, it's like, okay, we have so many things to try anyway, and so many things to do, at least for this season, so it's fine. If to fix it for next season, it's gonna be good. Alright, can you find his builds? I didn't make a planner yet, but I will make one later. Yeah, I don't think I really want to change the setup too much, to be honest, so I don't really see much reason to try other things I like to set up. Now we're getting Incinerate Zork. I should get an offer on that, let's see what he says. I play mainly Druid, but I don't like that high damage builds are mostly related to resolve stacking. Well, then I recommend wait a week and then play the PTR. Because there's probably gonna be no resolve stacking anymore. Got her. It gets better with experience and time, Fridays. Everything of builds is just doing math. Nah, it's also kind of like, you know, having like a spark of inspiration a little bit, and also the testing you have to do at a dummy and so on, right? And then not just a dummy, but also then actually playing the build and feeling out, okay, what are the options, right? Like, I know that the math says that Purified Lightbringer is way stronger than a Basilisk. But do I want to play with the Lightbringer? No. So, you know, this is also like another factor a little bit. Been hard copying a Hellion Sting build, but actually be able to do something, but it's stuck in T10. Oof. I mean, they are fixing Dirge actually on Tuesday. So it's gonna be back to some cooking on the Warlock. I'm not sure we're gonna do a Hellion Sting build, because even if it's really powerful, it just doesn't have any clear. But Lunatic. Lunatic might be better even now. So I might check that out again. Can't use cosmetics from other characters. Yeah, I have the mini tornadoes. The mini tornadoes are actually kind of okay. The big tornadoes, they are really bad for visibility. But I think the mini tornadoes are just the best anyway. Because I think they still have full lucky hit. And I get like a lot of lucky hit to resource procs. Benchon is still bugged. What is the pension bug? I can just like one-shot everything. Yeah, maybe there's something with Umber Crux as well. I'm not sure exactly how this goes together. Is he normal poison pen shot? Yeah, so the pen shot bug exists with the shade shot variant of pen shot. If you're using the ballista, for example, then you don't have that bug. Conspire is fine for that bosses, yeah. It's not the greatest at bossing, But I was still able to kill the bosses pretty fast. Yeah, I think on one hand it's nice with the leaderboard snapshot that it allows Blizzard to find, you know, bug builds and all that, but they're still very slow at fixing some stuff, right? So they were stomping a bunch of things like right away at the start and then kind of just like left the rogues there forever now. For no reason, right? They left the Warlock thing an entire week. So I don't know. I guess it kind of comes down to like how hard it is to fix something. You know, maybe this rogue thing is just like really hard to fix and it's gonna do this in like a bigger patch or something. Or maybe they're just kind of too deep now to really do more patches, right? They're usually like week 1, week 2 patches and then that's about it for a season. But still kind of weird, right? They're way too slow in fixing stuff. Yeah, it seems like that's like mostly working on the next season already. You know, they already have the PTR coming up in a week and stuff, so I guess this is why. When you try to avoid exploits, you accidentally stumble into them. Yeah. It's just what it is for now. As long as like most of the stuff is gone next season with like, you know, infinite loot and infinite dungeon resetting and infinite GAs and whatever. And then they fix a bunch of like builds. I think it's gonna be a really good season already. The Druid bug must have been the easiest thing to fix. I fixed it 24 hours after launch. I mean like the infinite hurricane storm set thing. I mean, they were really fast with some of the fixes on launch, right? They immediately stomped a bunch of things. That was good. But then they kind of just like left it there.
They have to disable the whole CR set. And they can also disable execute, or they can just disable the in-shot variant, right? This will also be a thing. Nice, my bugged helm. Power shifting helm. Did you see that danger? Oh my god. This is fine.
Hey. Oh, nice. Next one will be even better.
What was in 30? In 30 minutes or 30 seconds? $30 holy. Yes, Sandro. Actually regenerating full resources every hit, man. Kinda crazy.
At least on the big guy. Yeah, I need to listen to some good breakdowns and videos, I guess, to catch up a little bit. If you have some suggestions, Wonkas, feel free to link some. I think it's attack speed crit multi. Am I attack speed capped actually on this? Not really, right? Attack speed is actually kind of helpful. Maybe I'll take this. There's one. Don't have much Wuln going here. Thanks, flying out of RAM. I'll save that for later.
Keep your treasures close.
I'm watching Carnal Monk and he kept dying. I know everyone is always complaining about the Monk early game. I don't find it that bad. Just generate some power charges and then one-shot the entire screen. It feels kind of fun, actually. What do you mean it's before that? Like, you get it at level 1 and level 3, you know? This one's kind of decent, actually. Last rate costs 100 spirit to cast, man. Holy.
Ancients, watch over.
There it is. Hey, can I show you my build? On my Zork? Ah, how many subs would it be to duel me? Oh man. Did it incinerate Zork? Holy. Incinerate. In the past it was always like Firewall. Because apparently dots were like really good in PvP. Maybe they still are. I guess they haven't really done much there. And dots are way better than they used to be, so maybe it's just that. They try non-mountain tornado build. I'm playing a storm set right now. Yeah, for Red Wolf you have to not do resolve stacking. And it's gonna be much weaker because of the Might of the Ocean Ring right now. And we are relatively mobile anyway because we have the Orange Herald here, so we can jump every few seconds. It's kinda alright. And don't have this weird like up and down with the set. You try to base in the ice and hordes, you open Iron Legend and boss there and the nodes does not work with Chaos Waves. I don't know about all the details of that exploit. I found it randomly like some weeks ago and reported it, and I haven't really tried again. You've seen my old PvP videos. My old PvP videos. I'm not really interested in giving like a hardcore PKer a platform on my stream, so sorry about that. You won't expect a account shared war plans before next season. But let's see what it will say.
On Thursday they will preview the next season. There was nothing seasonal in this season. It was all eternal. Besides, like, the season journey itself, I guess. Okay, escalation time. $15 is definitely too early. 5 minutes before robots is a good time. Then, with every passing minute, you have to add one more alert emoji. I'm planning to miss it as usual. Unlucky, I guess. We just started an escalation round, so we should probably come out of this right before the world boss. Seems good. I remember we had Legion alerts. Dude, what season was it where Legion was like actually really good? I know at some point they like giga buffed them and then everyone's like, oh my god, I hate to do every Legion. Not too long ago.
I don't know, I haven't done any Legions in multiple seasons. I think I was back in Manila even. Reduce all your cruxes if it wasn't for the constant cutscenes. Yeah, how are they gonna change the cutscenes? This season certainly wants to do many legions. I certainly haven't done that. But I mean, some of these objectives are just optional, right? So, whatever. You're paranoid to come back. Nah, the 100% season completion hasn't been a thing in a while. And now, I mean, some people will never even have a chance of getting it, right? Mythic Seal, some people will just finish the season without a Mythic Seal. What are you gonna do? And Animism 100 was an interesting challenge for sure, back in Season 0. That's all our gold. It just keeps piling. Oh my god. Does random stuff get sent to stash? Yeah, it just sends the stuff to be filtered to your stash. That's great. Like, I really wanted to see that again, you know? All the things that are filter. It's amazing. So some. Focus on 6. Alert. Oh, I forgot to take the new ammunition thing. Any ruins of Eridu enjoyers? Dude, all these like random dungeons we were farming on launch, man. Oh my god, I remember. Oh well. Yeah, triple number dungeon. I guess that's gonna send another escalation after this. At 10 minutes. Yeah, should be 10 minutes. I think it should be like a minute or so on this build. It's actually kind of good on bossing. For some reason the bosses kind of melt. Alert, 4.5 minutes. Can we kill Astaroth before that, guys? Both becomes an Earth skill with the user and horror aspect, which is what the aspect used to do. And still does, even though they changed it. And so with that you can petrify enemies at the earth set. The artwork of the Exalted Council now gives a lot of mythics. Exalted Council. See that? Which one is that? Ah, this one. Yeah, Bartok draws Mythics very often. It's kinda nice. Is it because of this though? Okay, we actually have a Skull Boss boss. God, das ist far. So someone told me when you mount up, you still keep your stacks. Oh, okay, you do keep the resolve stacks, but you don't get a glintz bonus. Okay, so that's how it works. So the resolve stacks are not disappearing, but the glintz anvil is disappearing. It's actually so yikes, man. I mount up, I lose 20 million toughness. Very cool. I get one tapped.
You got a pit of nothing but maggots, just keep getting one shot and repeat at 110 when you've cleared 120. Yeah, the maggots are kind of funny because they're like really weak, but they also hurt. Just need to learn how to play around them. Unfortunately, we can't do solo here. I've crossplay on right now. One minute, alert. Can we do it, guys? This guy's trying to spawn tornadoes. We're the real tornado here. Dude, I actually get full resources between every cast. Kinda wild. He's so fat. More than my druid. Tank is built in the game right now. No. But, I mean, it's basically immortal, so there's a bunch of builds like that. Best tanky immortal build for first time hardcore player. Well, I mean, actually immortal are the acidic barbs, but you have to get there. But I guess barbs should generally be fine until then anyway. Paladin is pretty decent as well because it's very easy to build a resolve actually. Just press Fortress and boom, you have insta full resolve. So that's pretty comfy actually on Paladin. For other resolve stackers like on Necro and on the Druid, I did notice that, you know, there's certainly risky moments where you can get blasted when you don't have resolves yet. I shall give Druids an extra weapon. Weapon slot for totems. Weapon slot for the lunchbox. Let's go. Like lover. I did not change the wall plans after now. Druid is the only realistic looking character. And what about the others? What do you mean they're not realistic? Druid is built in USA. Oof. You have 83 skill points, I see people with one more. Are you sure? I have 83. What the hell? Good job. Dude, he drops like 80 million gold or something. What's happening? He chooses not to. That's it, I guess, Danger. But it kind of looks like the wolf skipped leg day. The bear too, to be honest. I recommend a second class. He's getting bored of your whirlwind. Rogue was super fun. But honestly, I mean, there's fun stuff on all the classes. Why do I have 61 their keys here? What is happening? Crazy. Where's all these keys coming from? The satisfaction, Mugsley, huh? Get a Thunder Gods. That's a rare drop. Is it time to 07 this Druid or something, guys? I think so. Oh. Crux. Okay. I think that is decided. Yeah. There's still Lacerate. Yeah, don't worry, we'll do Lacerate. Have you tried it? How's Lacerate? It's good. It's alright for T12, okay. Danny? Oof. I actually found a rust bitten earlier, but I'm not sure if I saved it. No. I should actually crib a rust bitten, right? Instead of Lesher now.
suppose doesn't equip anything besides Flash Cannon, but I mean, there's no offensive aspects. It's not a weapon either. I could equip an Eldorin. That might be okay, actually. Maybe I should do Eldorin. Honestly, it's not such a bad idea. I should try it. Maybe two-hander. It's going to be really hard to get a crit chance, though. I'm already struggling to get a crit chance. I think I just barely reached 100. Okay, actually we have a bit more. We have 104 right now. So if you like Masterwork to crit there, we would have a crit roll here, then we would be fine. Two-hander is not worse. Yeah, but I think there's actually an Eldorin angle. I should try Eldorin. We have 2 websites. Well, I work for max roll. Anyway, let's do this, I guess. Let's see a queue. Do we keep the jar? I guess it's not bad to have. You can keep the wolves. Yeah, Rustbitten Dirk would definitely be a better option here for Mephisto, but okay, that's what it is now. Does Rustbitten Dirk actually drop somewhere? Can you get this? No. Azurath, fuck it. Yeah, I'm not sure about Azurath. We have wolves, but not that kind of wolves. And also, yeah. Invite to unique on Sork since I only have 1 dagger. Yeah, but then you're gonna get int now. I guess it's not guaranteed that you get int. Since on weapon it's always weapon damage. Do druids have more daggers? What daggers are there? Azurath, Pelgain, Frostburn, Barb. Whoa. Alright, fuck it. So it'll take a while. Should actually go out and deck resolve, I guess. It is, I guess. We are a real lot of... Oh no. It's 3 resolve stacks every like 4 seconds, so I guess that's okay. Do they have like a protection when you lose one? No, I don't think so, right? You can lose them all instantly. Have to wait here. Halt. Oh no. Numbers. Wait, what are they doing here? Scope of Escape are really rare drops. They're like, I don't know, 1 in 30 hours or so, maybe. And they're only on hardcore. Most of them drop in Helltide, because Helltide has a lot of monsters that can drop loot. We do a lot of content where there's no loot, like Pit and Infernal Hordes and so on. You can't really get them there very much. Then. There's really nothing to do with Mythics, but rerolling for Mythics. I think it would be cool if all the jewel crafter recipes for Mythics would go into the cube with like more like D2 RuneWorld style recipes.
Imagine if a Raspit and Dirk, I would probably do like almost double here. He'll be kind of melting. Huge loot, guys. Insane. Look at that. Okay, we can say mission failed successfully. The Druid still lives. Well, I guess it's time to go lacerate. Solid D tier. Well, with today's standards. Wow, you can farm Primordial Dust at Mephisto, man, it's sick, yeah. Okay, I need to check up. I need to check what's up with Melon here. It's been walking. BRB guys, a few minutes.
Okay, guys, we're back. Nuggies, yes. Yeah. Oh shit, I had the music off, I just realized. Nah, sorry about that. That was because he did Mephisto. Forgot about it. No dino shapes. Any stats of what percentage players kill Mephisto? I don't know.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay, let's make a planner, guys. And then we're gonna try a bit of Lacerate, I think. And then there's still Boulder I wanted to try. Boulder probably shouldn't really need Basilisk. Probably hits often enough. But what about Dolmen Stone? I'm not sure if Dolmen Stone is gonna be good. Hey, Goliath. Yeah, 200. A 200 can respec, and maybe I'm missing a few points or something. What's the criteria for A and S tier? If you remember, we had like these build ratings at the top of the guide, so it's mostly that. So it's like a mix of, you know, damage, toughness, comfort, and a bunch of other things, basically. So this is definitely not an A or an S tier, you know. I mean, sure, it's kind of like good because we have Might of the Ozine, right? With this, anything is possible. So you can slap this on any Druid build that can be a bear, and there you go, kind of. Actually, I wonder if the Arcade Chance is actually the more interesting part of this item than the skill ranks. Maybe. Need to buy the $70 game if you already bought the Vessel of Hatred. No, it's 40 bucks for the expansion, not 70. Oh shit. That's funny, Connor. Tornado was been pretty fun so far, so I think people might be excited for this. So let's do it.
Greetings. Brutal. I like it.
Hello. Brutal. I like it.
Well done.
Great. Is it just me? Like, why does it always happen? But it's very often in Themis, not anywhere else. Do you guys have that outside of Themis? Golem Necro on Nautilus. Let's go. Guys, a cucumber a day keeps the doctor away. Dude, this combo is actually so cracked with the Orange Herald. So your passive Lightning Storm and Hurricane that also costs 0 trigger Orange Herald without you doing anything else. Both of them. It's actually insane. I think every movement ability on controller has like its own behavior, you gotta check. But I haven't really played much with controller. Dude, this thing looks completely scuffed. But okay. Hangers here, holy shit. That's the right music for making planners, guys. Thank you, Philos, earlier for the sub buddy. What's the red area symbolizing? That's the glyph. We could do a changeling's dead actually. 60% against poison enemies. I think that's probably the next best thing, honestly. What about some resources, actually? What's this? Okay, it's done. Oof. I will start deleting some builds from the command soon again. I kinda don't want to delete any of them yet. Oh look, we did exactly those two. Okay. You cannot get GA affixes from the cube. When you add an affix, they're always non-GA. But if it remains modifiable, you can masterwork them. People are masterworking their gem strength from their gear. So like this, yeah, you just like transfigure this. Hit the gem strength and then modifiable, and you do that. Okay, I'm gonna do a bit more tornado to chill, and then I think I'm gonna try lacerate. And we'll see if we do anything else. Is there anything else I really want to do? Boulder is maybe like one more thing. I kind of have to gear all for it, I guess, so I should maybe try it a little bit. Boulder is kind of fun. I don't want to do companions. Not sure about Shred or Lightning Storm or any of the Earth stuff. There's a lot of builds I can make here as well, but I think it's gonna be another time. Oh, single target. Pretty good actually on this. You have nice overlapping hits. Did I change anything for Mephisto? No, right? We just went into the same setup. Grizzly, Trample, Hurricane. I only changed the gems there. So, let's go. Any chance at Andy's Shred? Hell nah. You finally hit modifiable gem strength, nice. Just in time for PTR. Yeah, I'm not even trying this shit anymore, so... And after this I'm gonna play all the OP classes anyway, so who cares? So,
What am I gonna do with gem strength at this point? So fuck it. Yeah, I only played D4 in the last week, need PTR. Yeah, I mean it's gonna be a few more days until we know the next season stuff, so kinda nice. Okay guys, I was kind of zoned out for a while, so I'll just repeat whatever you said maybe, if there was anything. Are they doing PTRs again from now on? Of course. They just didn't have any for the expansion. Because they wanted to keep everything secret and stuff. I do that for every season. Because this expansion sells much better when people don't know what's going on. Right? It's like much more exciting. The suspense and the exploration and so on. So I think it's definitely the move. While I was in the zone, you discovered 45 new bugs. Okay. Just an average Sunday, I guess. PTRs are a terrible idea. I mean, I would be in favor of just not having any PTRs, for sure. But I can't trust these devs, so unlucky. Hey, imagine like we get like season updates like they are, but without PTR, man. That would be so cool actually. Just like in PoE, right? You would have like big patches every time, a lot of stuff to be explored and figured out. The PTR really takes a lot of away a lot of the magic basically of a new season. It's still fun to play a new season, but you know, it kind of it's shorter. People don't last as much. People don't discover as much, right? It definitely takes away from the longevity of a season. Yo, thank you, Sandizel. Appreciate that. Even in an ideal world, if you test all in-house, you can't validate everything. Yeah, but that's okay, right? It's okay for some things to slip through. You know, we don't expect everything to be perfect. It's okay, right? As long as there's no thousands of major exploits every single season, we're fine. So... And even if something is like a major exploit, well, you fix it and there you go, right? But yeah, for some people it's also the magic of a new season, you know, what else can be exploited this time? Some people like hunting for these things. For them, that's the season. Bye, Joe. Yeah, other things than Dance of Knives and Diablo 4. Wait, what? How does that not make sense to you, Sanjin? Damn reptilians. Uh-oh. My god. You play PvE2 trades, I get bored faster, you don't get distracted from D4. Good strat actually, probably. I think some of the D4 loot filter. They're all in all my guides. But actually I think I might not have added them to the Druid planners, so let me check that real quick. The D4 planner has a loot filter on the side. Or in the guide, it's like towards the bottom. Okay, in the Maxwell guides. Three minutes or it's hell tight. Oof. And a boss in the middle. And you have to open 6 chests. And we're in the Skull's hell tight. That's like worst case scenario here. I don't think this is happening, man. They roasted D4 and Blizzard. I only heard that Mark roasted Jonathan's build or something. Not that they roasted Blizzard. Wait, what did they roast? Yo, Steve, thank you so much. What's up? Said the rest of Halo expansion was a scam. Interesting. I don't think so. Rest of Halo expansion had, like on paper, it had all the things that an expansion is supposed to have. You know, new class, new zone, new campaign, new features, new items, whatever, right? So, and it had all of that in expected quantities as well, I'd say. It was just like not well received, you know, right? People just didn't like it. But I think in terms of like volume, it was a typical expansion, no? Okay, if you're really fast, you could do it. Butcher, we have 1 minute left. Oh boy. All this stuff is spawning here. Let's see.
Maybe, maybe. We have enough cinders, so if you just run and don't get blasted by meteor as I TP out. Okay, screw the loot, I guess. Let's go. Ugh. Run. Okay, we have 10 seconds. Unlucky. We have no keys. Oh my god. Jonathan did defend Blizzard about a lot of Halo expansion. Uh-huh. Last expansion felt like a patch. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, technically, Mass of Halo probably added more content than Lord of Hatred did, right? But everyone just likes Lord of Hatred, and most people didn't like Mass of Hatred. And all of the, like, actual changes were kind of just, like, you know, forgotten or ignored. You know, no one is playing Dark Citadel. No one really cares about Anna City. And then, like, you know, like, the difficulty reworks, the progression reworks, all that kind of stuff. It's just like, okay, it's different now, but it's not really new or something, right? When they added torment doubles, for example. Even though that is, you know, part of the expansion features, basically, right? The whole torment system and so on that they made in Mass of Hatred that we didn't have before Mass of Hatred, for example. Is a big Nardo Nate node better damage than a mini Nardo? Well, maybe, but I think the Storm set makes it so that you kind of want to go with the mini Nados, because you just get more hits for more like a hit procs. So maybe without the Storm Shepherds. I didn't try this build without Storm Shepherds. They feel relatively the same, all three variants, in terms of output. But I think they're probably better off with the mini Nados, so you have like probably better coverage. And, you know, especially at the point where I just blast everything. And you see my resource right now? It goes to full, which is like from the lucky hits on the mini Nados. How did I map my teleport to Temis? With right click on the waypoint. Maybe it's time to check out what we can do here. We have a lot of these jumps. Way too many of these jumps. Holy moly. Okay, do I have any good ones? Well, there's 2 and 2, but I guess it's good enough for science. Need a full bar. I think it's 2. Nah, let's just go with it, I guess. I'm not gonna do Storm Wolf stuff for now anyway, it's fine. I can try to Storm the Wolf set and Storm Wolf set another time, I guess. Look at that guy, XX, hand sanitizer, XX. He's saying I play 1000 hours, I like my brain dead chill game. Meanwhile, he's trying to cook brimstones and somehow tread the minefield of like 20,007 and 227 different bugs while making his build. Brain dead chill game, by the way. The thing is, if everything was actually working as intended, it would be relatively simple to make good builds in this game. Even for, like, you know, just like mid-tier players or something. But because nothing works the way it says, the other half is unintuitive as fuck, and people just can't really make proper builds. And then you get stuck somewhere in like Torment 10, they're gonna have a bad time. Feels bad. Ava will be out of a job. Well, I mean, that's kind of the idea though, right? They want to educate people. They want to help people to help themselves. And if they no longer need your help, then you accomplished your mission. Like you're actively working towards putting yourself out of a job, basically, right? That's the idea. Ready, make guides. Yeah, we'll just actually get to play the game. Instead of doing training dummy and DoorDash memes. Yeah, we did 128 with dash. Yeah, it's actually not me, man. It's crazy. Something happened. Now we have dash. Dash Rogue is now a full standalone guide next to the likes of Penshot, Barrage, Twisting Blades, and Death Trap. There's also dash. What if because of all the guides people learn to stop thinking by themselves and become dependent on guides? Yeah, that is like F, for sure. So maybe we should just outlaw making guides. Yeah, these are some insane pink waters. Dude, I can use them on my... I can use them on my Lunar deck, man. They're insane, dude. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, so how do we make sure that people don't become more stupid after using my guide? We have to make this like a test, you know? It's gonna be like a multiple choice questionnaire. Okay, which aspect do you put on your amulet? Circle the option. Okay, which are the 4 pairing on boards you want to add? Oh my god. Okay. And now like for some more elaborate questions. Okay. Question 13. Like, you enter a new pit run. Which 3 buttons do you press first? In what order? Explain your reasoning. In 5 sentences. Yes. If you have a streak of 5 guides graduated, you get 5% off the next guide. Holy man. Dude, there's like the questionnaire you have to finish, else you're not even allowed to use the build. But you also have it behind a paywall. Man, this is genius. It's for your own good, guys, okay? If you can't even answer all the questions correctly, then you really shouldn't play this build. And the paywall is so that, you know, you really feel invested into making this character, right? It's part of the journey, the progression, you know? You can't chicken out early. You have to stick to the build. Just got Gores with Strength, Crit multi, Fist Damage multi, and Health. That sounds really good, no?
If you ever visit a Sanctuary Discord, a staggering amount of people just blindly follow build guides without knowing how the build actually works. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, right? I mean, I don't really go to Sanctuary Discord. I think this is just like kind of a cesspool. I had like a relatively bad time there around launch and I just never looked back. So I don't really go there. But I could imagine, you know, it's like the biggest Diablo 4 server, right? And this also means there's like the biggest amount of idiots, to say it in a friendly way. So it's just how it works, right? Icy Veins breaks down builds pretty well. I'm not sponsored. Or maybe they just break the builds, I don't know. Wait, does Icy Veins still exist? Like, do they actually still make guides? Do we want to call them guides? Okay. Apparently they exist. Cube is part of the expansion, yes, you know. They just got in hot water of AI written content. Yeah, I saw like some screenshot, it was very funny. Very copy pasta the bot answer. Oh my god, man. That is something, man, holy. Yeah, if someone uses like an AI bot to write the guide on Maxor, they're gonna get kicked real fast, that's for sure. Letting AI create the next build could be interesting, see how much of a dumpster fire it is. Yeah, I don't know, I mean... Is there like any AI that actually is like up to date with like how Diablo builds work and, you know, what are the options and like how do you even do this? I don't know how I even approach this. Like, do they even know the skill trees and whatever? So I guess you can upload somehow like files and stuff, right? And then let it figure it out. But then you would have to like somehow have that as like, you know, like, I don't know, screenshots of everything or something, I don't know. I guess the closest one is probably Grok. Because Elon Musk likes Diablo 4, so I'm pretty sure he fed some Diablo 4 data into Grok.
Naruto will be up to date enough. Yeah, F. Inventing Skynet to make D4 builds. I mean, better than, you know, provoking the end of the world, I guess. So, I'd rather take a bad D4 build from an AI than a Terminator. The good news is that however bad the AI is right now, it will only get better from here. Let's celebrate. I mean, I don't know. I mean, certainly the technology is advancing, right? And it's like being consolidated and, you know, it's slowly starting to actually be useful and all that stuff, right? So I see all that. But let's see if it's like actually useful for like everything at some point, right? And there's also like plenty of technologies that have just been devolving over time, right? At least in human history. Not necessarily in AI history, because it's very short so far. But I guess we'll see, right? And there are things that our ancestors were able to do that we cannot do now. It's not a given that everything just always advances just by default. AI is stupidly expensive to run. Yeah, I mean, for now, right? How to access the car level? It's only on Tuesdays. And you have to do some stuff. A lot of stuff. A lot of computer tech has stagnated pretty hard. Yeah. But I mean, for example, quantum computers are like around the corner, it looks like. At least I know there have been like pretty big advancements. So I think it could be like a huge deal.
Let's do it then.
May you find your way back. This should be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you access the car level exactly, if you have to do like the entire like quest line, or if you just need to have the emote. I know you have to go here and then burn the page, a specific one from the campaign thing. Quantum computing the force elite's behavior. Maybe finally get a decent feeling elite combat. Holy. Dude, it would be really cool if they actually like, you know, make like AI NPCs that kind of just get better over time, you know? As the game matures and as the player base gets better, so do the enemies. But you know, it needs to like auto adjust to the point where the relative difficulty feels similar at all times, right? So that you know, it's the monsters don't just like win every time or something, right? But it's like, okay, like the approximate win rate, right, stays the same, where like, you know, for example, through power creep and through, you know, player experience and, you know, getting good and stuff, you know, players win more over time, right? But then maybe there's like a certain target win rate where, okay, like you make like the AI auto adjusts, right, so that it stays at that level. That's what Hellborn should be. Hellborn and Bloodseeker, like, it would be kind of cool actually, right? They're actually already players, right? They use player skills and stuff. So why not? And not the Bloodseekers actually, but the Hellborn for sure. AI NPCs for advanced dialogue, which should be skipped with escape. Dude. Are you never thinking about how you make the AI feel when you just skip the dialogue? How could you? Basically skill-based matchmaking, which sucks ass. You just sweat the whole time. I mean, if they ever made like another new content type, I think that would maybe make some sense, right? Like, you know, imagine, like, I was talking about it sometimes where I would like to see some sort of like roguelite mode in Diablo 4, you know, like, oh shit, I ended up, like Torghast or something, you know? You go through like a mega dungeon with like 50 floors and you get like power-ups and stuff like that, right? And then, you know, depending on how far you get like some giga rewards at the end. And all that, right? And in there, you could actually, you know, it's kind of like, you know, contained in its own universe, right, inside the game. So you could do that with the AI enemies to get better, and you actually have like basically a skill rating, and then the better you are, the better the AI plays. That would be kind of cool. In the future, we can expect the podcast to the first AI D4 streamer. I would definitely do a podcast with an AI streamer. Why not? Would be interesting. But we're not really at the point yet where we have like AI citizens, right? And I think that's gonna be a while until we actually have like, you know, like individuals as robots, just like walking around and doing stuff. So that will be a while probably. Druid, werewolf, AI, and VTuber. Holy. I mean, the VTuber stuff is already so established. Yeah, I can definitely see like an AI kind of just having some avatar and go, right? I mean, obviously not like a self, like, you know, fully like self, I don't know.
made like AI or something like a citizen that I talked about, right? But like someone who's behind the AI who just puts up that avatar and the AI to like, you know, do the stream and all that. I guess we probably have that already, yeah. Not self-conscious. Yeah, maybe self-conscious, yeah, sure, but more like, okay, this is like a robot acting on its own, deciding I want to be a AI VTuber in the default category, right? And and go, right? So this is, we're not there. So there is a person behind such a channel who's actually running the thing. Oh, 7 original. Neural Summer. The best way to create an AI default guide is by feeding in the AI. Yeah, of course, right? If like the AI is mostly relying on like old data and like random Google searches, then you're not really gonna get far with that. Because, you know, like how is the AI gonna distinguish a bad guide from a good guide? You know, they're gonna see like a clickbait a shit YouTuber number 27, and they're gonna see one of my guides, and they can't really make a distinction like, is this one right or is this one wrong? It's just information, right? So how would an AI have a chance of making an informed decision, basically, without actually playing the game and all that? So it's all secondhand knowledge. So first of all, you have to make the AI play the game and figure stuff out on its own. I gave it Ava videos. Damage calculations, nice. Ava GPT, man, it's becoming more real every day. It's a thing, guys. Oh. Can't even craft it easily. If a human can do the math and AI can do it in milliseconds, just needs programming. Yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that there will be AIs capable of making good default builds if someone is willing to do that investment. Like, I don't think it would be even that hard to make an AI capable of making good default builds. You know, but obviously it's a cost, and the cost of AI is really high these days. So yeah. What do you guys think about Woody AI? Your game companion. You ever get a little Woody C up in the right corner there? And it talks to you? And trash talks your build and tells you what to improve? and gives you tests. And you prepare the test. It will take over and play the build for you. But then it's gonna run you into the wall or something. It locks the game, and the entire PC is locked until you answer the question correctly about the build. And every time you answer wrong, there will be another WDC staring at you and judging. You don't need to let the AI play the game, you need to give it the formulas used for various calculations. Yeah, I mean, the formulas are obviously important, right? The formulas, the mechanics, but that's also what I mean when playing the game, because a lot of this stuff is just not documented anywhere, right? Like, you know, all of the stuff that I need to make a good build is here, right? And even, like, it's not even explained in most of my guides, because it's just going to be information overload, you know? I'm not going to put all the details in all my guides, I can't do that, right? No one's going to read that anyway. So, if you don't let the AI play the game, it cannot actually have the information. I mean, you could try to feed it the information that I have here, and then maybe it would actually understand how to make a build good. But you always have to put it into practice. Like, it doesn't matter how good you think your theory crafted build is, you always have to play it. And then comes the harder part, which is like feeling it out, right? Like, a lot of my builds are also not just numbers, they also feel. And this is where I would probably really struggle, I think. At least for now. Like, my job is to make good builds that feel good. Like, I know that my builds are not the strongest, but that's by design, you know? Yo, silence. Lumine, thank you so much. Should build a data center in the middle of the oceans. Yeah, next step is in space. I think actually, wasn't Microsoft trying underwater data centers? I think they tried, but they abandoned it again. Next ones are in space, so that's gonna be interesting. Kinda excited to see how this will go. Cool idea though. Yeah, such a bad idea. I don't know, man. You can say what you want about Elon Musk, but he's a good businessman. So... I wouldn't write it off. The moon is actually an AI server who runs our reality. Dude, what if reality starts lagging at some point? Or we get like a pop-up, please update and restart. Uh-oh. Packet loss. That's funny, Monkas. Holy. That's the reboot time. Yeah, but not everyone is sleeping at the same time. How does that work? You do feel packet loss when forgetting stuff. You're downloading more HP. Holy. Dude, that moment when you realize that aging is just like HP loss. You know, it's like HP degen over time. It's like you watch your HP bar and it's like slowly draining from the poison. Aware. Heartstopper aura. Is the resolve stacking IRL? Maybe if you sit in a tank or something. Packet loss exists when you go into a room and forget why you're there. That's actually a very interesting phenomenon. I think it's called, I only know the German term for it, actually. It's like a context-specific memory thing, basically. Where, you know, you have an idea, you walk into a kitchen, and you forget it, and you go back to your room, and you remember it. It's because you're back to where you had the idea. Like, basically, it's easier to remember things if they are closer, you know, even in your surroundings, basically. Even if your surroundings are closer to when you had that thought, you will remember it more easily. So, for example, if you study for an exam, it actually makes a lot of sense to, like, not listen to music and, you know, sit somewhere outside under the tree at the lake and read your book or whatever. You know, it actually makes sense to, like, study exactly the way that you sit at the desk when you have the exam. Because it will be easier to remember that way. Getting older is just advancing in tolerant levels. Everything has more HP and damage. And at some point you get one shot. The end. Unlucky. Or with some on-death explosion or some shit. We have exams at the lake of professors. I just realized you can cast Hurricane and toggle it on and off while, oh my god, oh no. There has no animation to toggling. You can actually just do this. And I guess it counts as like seer casts. Does it count as any other casts? Oh no. It could be a disaster actually. I think Inan's enjoying a lot of hatred. Well, he's very high ranked on the hardcore ladder, so probably. Number 1. They say they're falling behind China, but it's not China number 1. It's Eden number 1. I don't think the 900% gold fan is removed, but I haven't really tried it. Oh, I lost the rock somewhere. Yeah, full werewolf is going to suffer a lot from DPS, like bear. Yes. Right now it's all bear. Whatever can be bear will be bear on the Druid for this season. He is number 1. With no help of any Chinese. He got reminded by someone to not do degenerate things. Refresh natural balance. This is the Storm and Earth aspect, right? 70% damage. Yeah, that sounds scuffed actually. I wouldn't want to do that. You're refusing to play this class until you get your feral druid. Like, is shred not enough? Like, what do you want exactly? Dude, imagine they bring Uliana. Dude, they need to make a Spirit Bomb build that is like Uliana Monk, man. With 7-sided strike and exploding palm. Kapow. Can we get that, please? Seven. Mm-hmm. Lightning Singer feels like exploding palm, it just sucks. What is the exploding palm part about it? It's just like you smacking the ground and you spawn these storms, no? Also, how did it happen that Evade is just insane again and Singer is still fucking bottom? Like, how did we get here? Summon buff is like water inner monk. Yeah, I can see that actually. Yeah. But you're jumping, you don't, not like dashing. You don't have waves. What do the ancients actually do to deal damage? Is there just like twisters and stuff? Is it do earthquakes? Is it upheaval? Like they do like different things, right? Evade is OP because of Eagle's set. Uh-huh. But what do you need at CDR for?
Know where to find me.
We worked everything to end up in the same spot. It's kind of funny how that works, man. Did they actually fix the infinite ancient solar barbs, or is that still a thing? What is the cooling reduction used for on both builds? Oh, just more leaping and stuff. Ah wait, I want to try Eldarin on this build, right? Let's try it actually. I have some Eldarin somewhere. Need one with crit chance actually. Then we're gonna be leaping for real here. The Obo vendor in Temis is being bugged. It's just wild. And the question is Temis bugged or is everyone else bugged? What is it? This one has attack speed. Okay, this one's clean. Let's go.
Step up to my end.
Stones to cut.
Yeah, I thought they just removed uniques from the Obo. I thought this would just be how it is now. So maybe this is how it is. And now everyone thinks Temis is bugged, but maybe everyone else is bugged, you know? Who knows? Send it.
I'll take the cooldown. That's sweet, actually. Okay, let's see how this goes. Oh my god, so many Obol reserves. Leave me alone. Actually want to do escalation, right? Let's do this. Saved. Who knows, yeah. Batista is waiting for me, man, holy. With no resolve stacks. I knew it. Things having no cooldowns here besides the jump. And I guess the Grizzly Rage comes back a bit faster, which is kinda neat. Does it work on bosses? When I kill a boss to get an Enduring proc? It would be good for the air bosses actually. Because on air bosses sometimes I have like a gap. Hi, Miles. Get a Druid to level 45. Eh? What is an advice to get better? Well, that depends on like how guided you wanna be, but we have plenty of guides on Maxroll about builds. We have leveling builds, endgame builds. We have, you know, like the game explained how everything functions, what to farm and how and so on. But yeah, TLDR advice, I would say keep lasting, you know, make sure you finish it out of Hater campaign if you haven't. Do wall plans, stay away from Infernal Hordes. They kind of suck right now, but the rest is fine. And yeah, I mean, wouldn't hurt to get some inspiration on how builds work and stuff, I guess. Wanna check those out. Seems like the boss does not give me Eldoran proc, huh? H1 is easy to get 150 with Barber or Zorg, I guess. Like power-wise, they're pretty close, but I guess Zorg is, you know, first of all, able to die, and second, probably harder to play than Barb, so I guess Barb. And Flash Hunter is like relatively weak, so maybe it actually makes sense to just go Eldoran and maybe just take off a few of the cooldown rolls. Because when I do like a long boss fight, I'll reset my Grizzly Rage anyway, even without a lot of cooldown on my gear. So now I could maybe replace 1 or 2 cooldown rolls and get some damage stats and just get like plus 20% DPS. That would probably mostly make up for the loss of Flash Hunter.
Actually kinda zooming now. How high do you think Bro could push without bug? I think that was like 143 like a week ago. Something like that. It actually feels really nice with the Eldarin. Maybe I'll put that into the guide. Let's see how the lab bosses will go. I need to do the lab boss. We're gonna get Astaroth soon actually. I said 143 money for Rogue push, as far as I'm aware. But that was a week ago, so maybe it's higher now. How did survive as Pencil Rogue and 125? They take too much damage. Do I have resolve stacking version? I think I made resolve stacking version, right? Should be very easy to survive with resolve stacking. I mean, I survived very easily without resolve stacking. So I'm not really sure what could be the issue. I'm not getting resolve stacks up. Hardcore is separate everything besides season journey. Season rank. Shiny Mythic is not removed. You can get it on Stalk and Druid, so. Let's see how Astaroth will go, actually. I'm kinda curious. Wait! Where's Astaroth? Oh, okay. It's like, holy moly, did I start that spawn there? Wer hast du denn Mephisto, Kerl? I mean, Astaroth damage still seems okay. I think it's slightly worse without the Flash Hunter, but it's not the end of the world. If I had like 20% extra DPS, I would be able to be close to before, I think. You can probably easily get that.
I add a new ring, a new link to the ring. Yeah, I think it's, I want it's like a Photoshop or something.
You know where to find me. It is done.
Mainlander, let you goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Great.
We forgot Carl. I was thinking about Carl. Carl helps a lot when you play Ballista. Was unclear. But I was not playing Ballista really. I was only doing Ballista for like Mephisto and for like higher pits.
Step up to my anvil. Another cause.
What does plus 1 monster power mean? It's like a pit level. Is poison penetrate better than cold one? Yeah, I think generally poison just kind of feels a bit better. They're kind of like close in performance actually, but it just feels better I think to play poison. Okay, melting him actually, look at that. Astaroth is actually so tanky compared to that bosses. Kind of crazy. Astaroth is so tanky. Why can't anybody give me a code for loot filters? I can import it. Because they're too long to be pasted into Twitch. Or potentially Discord messages, I'm not sure how long they allow. But you can just go to the Maxwell guide and take it from there. Or from one of my planners. There's a filter thing. Gonna try Azure Wrath. Not with this build. I mean, I'm probably gonna do like some more like Azure Wrath and Signal of Pelagane shenanigans and stuff on the PTR. You know, right now I was not really focusing on like high pushing and all that. You know, there's like a lot of bugs going on anyway with the tower, and like pushing is like relatively oof, yeah. But if you assume that most of the stuff is fixed for next season, it's gonna be more interesting to do some pushing setups as well. And maybe there's even a chance they're gonna fix the stagger bugs. That would be sweet. But yeah, for now, just even without like the leaderboard exploits and stuff, right? Just the stagger bugs alone are way too fucked, I think, for anyone to really have a chance of enjoying this. So do you recommend ranks to skill in gloves? Nah, it's awful. The only way to do like ranks on gloves is like if you basically any ranks you add anyway on your gear, it needs to do some sort of like double dipping or something like that, you know, like all skill ranks on your amulet, and that buffs your, you know, your ball lightning and your unstable currents at the same time, or you know, something like that.
then ranks kind of make sense. But if it's just, okay, more core ranks for your core skill that already has like 35 ranks, like, who cares? It does nothing, man. So, you're much better off with just a life roll or even like a willpower roll or something. So... Like I saw a 4GA petition earlier that someone masterworked the core ranks on instead of the crits, and it's like, oof. That's a big oof. Big tribute. You remember what the skill coefficient is when you have Apocalypse and a decent amount of ranks? It's 10% of the base. It's like for every skill. Well, that's an mythic tribute, I guess. Oh wait, spit.
It is done.
What if a Seeker can be mini Apocalypse build? I mean, that's just a weapon damage number, right? This doesn't really mean anything. You know, it's just a weapon damage number, and that gets multiplied with all of your like class bonuses and whatever, right? So all the classes have different bonuses and different outcomes. So whatever is the weapon damage on your skill is not necessarily that comparable, I think, because classes just work completely differently, right? With like the multipliers they have and so on. But I guess it gives you like a rough idea how much damage a skill does. But either way, you know, like the scaling per rank is always like 10% from the base, so it doesn't matter if you have this skill of 40 ranks or the other skill of 40 ranks, they're the same. Best multipliers are the X ones, yeah, Bone multi, crit multi, dot multi, and the elemental multi, although elemental usually have a lot from your weapons, depending on class more or less. Yeah, and then you have like the smaller stuff, you know, like main stat, attack speed, ranks, so those are kind of just the small things. Now in some cases you might be just like not playing crit, for example. Just playing a non-crit build is actually kind of an option in some cases, if you can get enough of the small stuff. Don't get blasted by the bug boss. Command Fallen Ranks is pretty nice on Lunatic. Well, this is a special thing because it's on Pants, and on Pants there's no competition, right? There is no offensive stats on Pants besides main stat. So in that case, yeah, for basic attack builds, it's okay to put ranks on your Pants. So you give up, you know, if you add like 4 ranks, or 5, then you gain something like 10% damage, and you give up something like 10% toughness. So that's like a, you know, a very standard trait basically when it comes to damage versus defense. So that's okay, but not even like a good trait even. But in order to like squeeze out the most, then this will be like one of the trades you make, basically. If you can afford the toughness loss. Feels like I'm playing Bob again now, holy. The jumps. I'm gonna carry on that footboard. I know, maybe this Druid has special tastes, you know? Uh, 1 second left. Wait a second. I actually have to go. Will I get a mythic now? I wonder if I get a mythic at all now, when I don't reach 4. Man, I was like 1 second from completion or something. F. Can I make it to... I can make it to 3 at least, okay. Sir? Kind of curious now, actually. I've never tried to finish a Mythic Tribute without going to 4 attunement. Maybe I could even get to 4 if I just clear everything here. But I think for science, I'm gonna just do 1 and see if I get a Mythic anyway. Heavy chest. I got an aim at 1. Interesting. So there's no point to really like try, I guess. I guess I get more random uniques. Huge. 3-star Doombringer, I guess. Is there a build guide for this? Yes. What about tournament 1? Do you always get one? In the past, I think it didn't matter which tournament you were on. I think yesterday there was someone in my chat who was like, man, I joined this party for a tribute rota and we failed the run. Everyone kept chain dying. Oh my god, man. How? Yeah, because they got boosted into tournament 12 and they're like, oh, I'm gonna leave some mythic tributes, no problem. And then everyone thought that and then they all sucked and they couldn't kill a run. Classic, man, holy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put Eldoran into the planner actually. I think this actually feels kinda nice. Doesn't feel like such a loss from the flesh render. The extra ranks also make grizzly range longer, which is nice. A little bit, I guess. 1 more second or something. But it also gives you more defense from Cyclone. How's that looking? 109% bonus. We also get more armor from Boba and more barrier. We get 99%. Holy. You got a 4J grandfather, forgot to GA the temper and transfigured it. Oops. Best build for Rogue is Penshot.
Step up to my anvil.
Oh. Okay, guys, I think it's time to reroll. Uh, what do you say? Do a horde or reroll? Blah. Double horde, okay. We can do this here. Reroll, let's make a barb. PV2 prep. Log in. Don't have PoE 1, what is that? Ah. Oh, you have Jonathan emotes though. Oh, Nemesis is there. You have this.
White J. That's a nice one.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Finished so soon? This should be interesting.
With damage strength, they recommend to include additional elemental damage multipliers in the build. No, you do the opposite. If you have gem strength, you don't really want any of your gear to have elemental, because you already get so much. Man, look at this guy. That one has a gold fine seal for bowl. Bowl of me. 5 years follower. And he's risking it all, man. For this one question. Think. Oh. Hello. Yes, Tadashi. Yeah. I guess it's time to make a command. Did I add a loot filter here? No, I forgot on the both. Okay. Also another thing. Uh-oh. 39 seconds. I have to find a blue pack so I can jump. go. Pork. We made it. There's a guy. But neither of us is doing any damage, unfortunately. It's a bit unlucky. What is this guy even? He has his own clan too. Look at that guy. Hello, Vida. Should ask AI to create a unique build and try to make it work. Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. Okay, seriously, what the fuck is wrong here? Something is not right. What? Why is it not changing? Like, I'm absolutely deleting air bosses, and this guy is fat as fuck. Something is missing. And the other guy is also not doing anything. Although he's a paladin, I guess. If you press Raven, do I fail your exam? Yes, danger. Gotta go again. From level 1. My mob is the same. Does he have resilience or something? Like, what the fuck is going on? Why is he not dying? What? What is happening? It's been 2 minutes, man. We gotta fail this. What? The paladin is healing the boss? There must be. Okay, blue. Show us what he got. We have crossbow on right now. Let's see. Okay, here comes the barb. Wait, is that a barb? Dude, why is there no class icons? It's unbelievable, man, that there's no class icons. Okay, barb is balanced, turns out. Something seems wrong here, though. Like, this was ridiculously low damage. And like, the other bosses I melt. Like, I melt their bosses so fast. Something's weird here. Thanks. Anyway, oh shit, is my dungeon closed now? I think it's closed now, right? I can try this. Very sus. What just happened? Nah, I was playing some other builds and I was killing these bosses pretty fast. Like on my lunatic warlock. I can solo a world boss in like 40 seconds or something. Something fällt really off here. Anything else has more HP than the other bosses? Oh shit, I'm not sure if I reset a dungeon. Probably still open, unlucky. What do you think about Shred, Cataclysm, Druid with Old Mountain, and Shepherd's Charm set? Sounds good. Oh, it did reset, nice.
But if you want to use the mountain set, you have to trigger earth skills somehow. Oh wait, Cataclysm is an earth skill now, right? Yeah, so mountain set should be fine. But if you want to use the storm set, you need some big resource region. Or like a hit chance to restore resource like this. Yeah, I have this 2 times. Big. Oh shit, what? Wait. First time I find it. It's kind of hilarious that this seal, where you're not supposed to have any sets, where you cannot have any sets, it still rolls with the set bonus. I just realized, oh my god, man. How stupid is that, actually? What's the point of this mythic seal? The point is, you don't have to play Earth set, so you don't have to suffer. It's like the worst possible roll almost, man. 6% all stats. Holy. Better than Barrier Generation, I guess. Yeah, the problem is that this seal, in order to have any chance of being useful, needs to roll the +1 charm slot. But the +1 charm slot is like a, I don't know, 1 in 50. So, good luck, guys. It's been like nearly 500 hours for me this season, and it's my first Golden Epiphany. So, just a few more years, guys, I might get one. Just use 3 times Mythic Charms, man. Let's go. Tyrael, Andariel, Ahavarion. I don't prefer Polarize or Cataclysm. I've actually never played Cataclysm all this time. But this build is fun. We have 300 lackeys. Holy. Okay, do we go back to Polv? And we try Polv with Epiphany instead of Earth set? I mean, what do we get? We get like some random, like 2 extra multis, I guess. It's not worth. If we don't have the +1, it's not worth. Do we go on the Necro and try the Bone Spirit without the set? That could be something. Anyway. We found all 3 Mythic Seals now. Once, at least. But I don't have a Diamond Mine on Hardcore right now, because that one ripped. Yeah, but only on Softcore. I found it twice, but one is dead. That's a bit unfortunate. Note that even on it, it says unique charms, which once again confirms that mythic charms do not exist. Technically, mythics are also uniques. Basically a subcategory of uniques. It says ancestral, mythic, unique. So... But yeah. Pretty sure that mythic charms are not supposed to be a thing. Wait, I only have one dungeon. Did I open any dungeon? Oh yeah. We had one open, but then it closed, right? Because... You can restart a new Druid, underside and pull for Tornado. So you said Cataclysm, you meant Tornado? Yeah, I figured. But I like this build more than Pulve actually. So I found to play some Tornado. I've been wanting to try some good Tornado for a while. And it was always just shit. Outside of like, I don't know, Season 0 and Season 1 or something. So... kinda glad to see that we can actually play it right now. It's decent. Dude, I feel like every time I have Obo Reserve Dungeon, I get a Butcher. It's happened at least like 5 dungeons in a row now. They really want to make you teleport. I think I have to stop tornadoing here. I just want to do a bit of Tornado to warm up, and I don't know, somehow I've been vibing and now 9 hours pass. I need to stop with this and get on Lacerate here. Well, it was fun. It's Gem Strength, Biz, or weapons on all classes. Yeah, I think technically even for the one-handers, but for the one-handers it matters a lot less, and there's a lot of alternatives that are also decent. This companion Druid APM heavy. I'm not sure about APM, but it's certainly not a comfy build. Minion Barb is probably the best and comfiest. And then there's also like a bunch of minion necro stuff. I wanted to try to make a skeletal mage build actually, so I can check that out. Oh, you wanted to add Eldraine, right, in the planner. Let's do it. Any class has benefits from indestructible. Warlocks, I guess. I guess Warlocks are the squishiest class. So if you die a lot, you save gold.
Step up to my anvil.
Alright, it's time for Horde, guys. What can you do? Leveling hordes and bosses to 7 is painfully slow. It's kind of funny actually, because bosses are actually the fastest. It's just that you don't really see the bosses as often. But you know, they take the least amount of time actually. T10 Mephisto was T8 Lilith, same difficulty. No. One is 2 torments higher. And also Mephisto is the more Giga Chant of the 2 bosses. If you die in a horde 3 times, the horde fails. Wonder if you can just fail the horde of all plants. Oh, interesting. Good idea though. One gem to full flawless. Yo. How's the 8 Lilith compared to T12 Astaroth? Man, you're asking some questions. Astaroth was kind of a Giga Chat actually, he's pretty tanky. Eh? The 8 Lilith was just like explode. T12 Lilith is harder than T12 Mephisto. Yeah, but I mean, she has like... I mean, she just dies, right? Like, that's the thing. Like, she has like no HP. Yeah? I'm not sure how tanky she is, but she's not much more than Belial or something, I think. What does Terrible Misfortune do? I think it transforms you into a frog for like 10 seconds or something. I've never seen what it does, so I don't know. I just heard about it. I'm playing on streamer client, there's no Terrible Misfortune. Yeah, how does it work, Sanitizer? There's mount control, so you just dismount back to a character. What the hell? Okay. That's more like a little meme and it doesn't actually like really affect you. Oh, let's get him. Tornado is certainly good for a goblin wave, guys, right? It's actually kind of melting them. But some of them are running away, yeah? Hi Raphael. The skill points are now earned as you progress through the season journey, basically. So you don't start with like a lot of points. Gonna be huge, guys, for gems fragments. Watch out. 6146. 11.2. Didn't move. Got 8k though. Holy. Dark mode lightning. Yeah, I think every Druid build is like this now, right? Everything has like this auto lightning storm stuff. I think it's time to cook. Okay. Oh, we had a golden epiphany actually. Wait. This is my hardcore rogue. Yeah, I was like, huh, what's going on? So it's been almost exactly 4 weeks. It's been 26 days, right? Let's say 15 hours a day. A bit of downtime from plannering and whatever. Almost 400 hours. We got the last seal.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to tweet us. That's how long it took, guys. I got 6 seals now. I got all 3.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
You have to leave some points open here because these form nodes bug out the armory. So you need to keep some available points. Okay, so which build is the closest to Boulder? They're kind of the same anyway, right? Ancestor Guidance, Constricting, Nerf, Survival. So I guess we start with Pulv. That's all of crit. Do we need any crit at all? We have 27. Okay, 58. So we get 63 crit. Okay. So I need 37. I need 1 crit roll basically. That's it. Do we still want to run Basilisk for this? Nah. If you get that much crit, we don't run Basilisk, that's for sure. How about that? I'm gonna buy Scenic Runes on me. I'm kind of SSF. Okay, Overpower. Exploit, Spirit, Outmatch, Fang, Claw. Okay, I think the glyphs are fine. I'm gonna keep Exploit. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. So here's slow. Here's fortify. Here's fortify, there's duration. 129% of her maximum life. Okay. They didn't really think that through, huh? Okay. We don't need attack speed at all, right? Like, attack speed is like completely worthless, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna change very much. We could do Grizzly. And then go for like the Orange Herald again. Might be kind of the way. I mean, it's a lot of damage. 57 bonus crit damage. This is 200% bonus, so it's like double damage. You could still run Yom if you want. I'd have to give up something here on the bar, which will be Ravens, I guess. Also, is this how we get resolve here? We have that. And we have this. So I think you're fine, actually. That's great, yeah, my man, holy. Does it possible get ultimate damage from rerolling unique pants? No, that's a legacy item, you can't do anything with that. Dude, this thing costs 51 spirit. What the hell? Do we get some sort of like extra impact when they explode or something like that? Like what? I don't really understand the idea of the boulder build now with this 5 maximum. I guess you just like cast a few times and run. Did they actually hit the wall? Wait a second. No way. No, let's just explode here. Wait, what? Why did it just explode?
On some walls they explode. Oh no. What have they done? But not on all walls. Like what? What the fuck? Seems scuffed. Okay. This might be a short adventure, but let's try it, I guess. Crit cooldown, crit multi. I mean, this is good enough for science, I guess. Let's take that. How much crit do we have? We have a bit too much crit, I guess. Okay, we definitely don't want to go starless. I mean, yeah. Also take a hit. 5%, okay.
From creation, destruction.
We have a God Slayer. I think God Slayer might actually be a downside for this. We have to do something else here. Maybe it's actually a starless angle after all. But they're gonna have way too much crit. I have to take another offhand. And this thing also has crit and... nah. I mean, maybe don't do Eldrin, right? I could do two-handed. Banished Lords. Without title? No, it's only 4 maximum overpower. It's not great. Definitely not better than Aspect. You need more maximum overpower if you want to do this. But I guess it does generate overpower for you, which might be a slight issue. Or maybe not. Fuck, this is every 4 seconds. That's actually not enough. Ah, this is every 2. Okay, so that's just better. Wait, so we just keep the old boots. We put yours on horror anyway, I guess? It has creatures. Oh my god. I think Stardust might be kind of nice. I think it's pretty costly if you want to actually hold it and spam it. Like, even with Stardust, actually, I can barely sustain the resources, man. What the fuck? That's crazy. This thing is so costly, man. Holy. I guess you don't permacast. You just kind of like do it slow. But then like, you walk into a wall and you kind of want to expand them, right? You kind of want to hold it down. It's also just inconvenient to not hold it down, I feel. That's crazy. So we can take this one and put this as a charm. That's wild, man. This thing is so hungry. And even that is like barely enough, man. Crazy. Using two-handed anyways. Are we gonna use two-handed though? No Orange Herald, no Eldrin. I guess we are casting while moving. Maybe it's fine. But then on that two-handed, we're gonna have... I guess we don't have to put attack speed, right? We can just put additive damage. We can just put an offensive tempo on a two-handed. Okay, mace time. Resource cost reduction. I kinda tempted. Okay, let's put User and Charm and Stardust equipped. This has one crit life, will all crit one life. This is kinda insane. Okay, one armor, resource proc. Not sure if I want the proc here. I guess RCR might be better. We have like, yeah, okay. Fuck. I guess you have to give up the Ravens, huh? It did 20% damage to vulnerable enemies. Okay, if we change our Paragon board and we remove the bear board, we don't need overpower anymore. And then you can put overcharge for the Vuln. Then you can put anger management. Ah wait, we don't need anger management actually if we go Grizzly. So maybe you just keep that actually. We keep the overpower. And the bear board is pretty good, right? It's 45% and then 25%. For Druid standards, that's kind of strong. Is doing a 2-man 150 pit easier than solo? Doubtful. If you invite a support paladin, maybe. Blood Mad Idol. Best amulet. It's pretty good. At least when they're invincible. You don't need starters or want. Yeah, it's kind of tough with the resource though. Like I have starters, resource gen, and resource cost temper. And it's kind of enough. And this is with Energize, which is gonna become Calamity. So if you do this. Yeah, we're going down. Okay, so Banish Lost Talisman with 4 all power stacks is 72%. But you get free all power, I guess. So I get another aspect on my boots, basically. If you do Banish Lords. Yeah, it's not really an upgrade though. Like what aspect could I even put there? Anger management, I guess. And then we would need Grizzly Rage.
But I guess he's gonna assume perma-Grizzly Rage. But I have no cooldown and low attack speed. And you have to go Orange Herald. So maybe he's gonna say fuck it. Yeah, VIP reward is removed. It's full. I mean, is there any reason to be berserking outside of just getting a 25% buff? No, but I mean, it's a very strong buff. The berserking thing is extremely powerful. And we can do it, actually. Because they have Ravens and Exploit Glyph. We don't actually need the Storm mod here. We can put Anger Management and get Berserking this way, and then keep Overpower here, and we keep that board there. But they could also change this board for Heightened Malice, I guess. Yeah, but an Orange Herald Ring is not enough by itself. Like, on Tornado I was attacking pretty fast, and I had like 2 or 3 items with big cooldown. So here, with a big, slow 2-hander and a normal Orange Herald, yeah, I don't really see it happening. I think I'm gonna put Anger Management here. Or this. And put the other one there. We drop the Storm thing. Get Berserking this way, and we leave out Grizzly. And if we leave out Grizzly, we can actually enjoy our lives. And we don't have to do Orange Herald. We get an Aspect. We get a way bigger Petrify. Oh, way bigger. It's like 25% or so. But also for this, you have to ramp it. How fast do we ramp this? How long does it even take to overtake something else? You also get an extra skill on the bar, and we also get an extra spirit boon. Six stacks. How many stacks do I need? 40. That's 20. It's like half over before I even ramp it. But it's without Lightning Storm going. It's only on crit. Each time you take or deal damage. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you add CDR, then it would give up. Okay, it does an all damage. It's like, let's say, 10% DPS. Here's like a roll. That would be like maybe 7% damage. Here's like a roll. That would be like maybe also 7%. So it's like 3 CDR rolls would probably be worth like 25% DPS. Man, the WSD is so weird here. When you stop moving, he keeps us walking. He keeps walking into the same direction. Okay, it still takes me like half the Grizzly Rage to stack, man. That's crazy. What the fuck? Yeah, fuck this. I'm gonna do it. Let's just do this. You get it back since you don't have S and a crit on a build that doesn't need both. I mean, attack speed is something you generally just don't roll anymore these days, I guess. Unless you have some sort of double dip on attack speed. I already have too much attack speed here. That's fine, let's try this. And we'll see how it goes. So don't do Eldarin. You're gonna be bonking. Don't do this. Need to craft that thing first. You can run the same. We can't run Basilisk though because we're gonna have way too much crit. Unless you equip a Locrin. You can do Basilisk and Locrin. That would be something. But I'm not sure if I have such a neck. But the Basilisk will definitely make this feel much better than what I expect this to be honest. So maybe. But if you don't really need a crit, we have a pretty good neck here. This is like okay. We have this one as well, which is okay. Yeah, this is kind of close actually. Missing a life roll, I guess, but okay. It's overkill for T12. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want to be overkill for T12, right? You want to... Like, I want to also make sure that I blast the bosses. So, we need to be overkill to some degree, at least. You have Calm before the Storm equipped? No, we would have to give that up as well, right? We would have to, like, move this over, or we have to do double. I guess realistically you do double, because you get the Resolve and 20% damage. So you give up the attack speed here. We don't want it anyway, I suppose. We have Prickle Skin. Yeah, it's kind of weird. We don't want this. We don't really want the attack speed. Storm Skills, Grand Ferocity. We also don't really want that. We don't have an ultimate. So... do we go for the life? It's kind of fucked. This is so bad, actually. We can do a 50% DR. We can do the Spirit Vision. A Drunk Calamity, 2 for GR. Yeah, exactly. So I have to do this and this. And then okay, we don't really have like a huge benefit of having a double anywhere because we don't need crit or attack speed. Defensive cooldowns, we don't have that. Yeah, so everything is kind of pointless here. I mean, it's going to do attack speed after all. If you can solve the resources, and if not, we can do this, I guess. It's kind of weird. Oh, Hollow alone, thank you. If you're stuck on T10, what should you focus on? Yeah, I need a bit more info than that. You can clear, just not quick enough to farm. Well, you didn't go back down to T9 until you're strong enough. You always want to stay at a good pace. That's like #1 priority. Geo no practice. Holy.
A jewel plucked from the sky.
Can you tell me what build you're playing? Like what do you have? Hello. Maybe I can help you a little bit, but I'm not really sure where you're at. Why is the reset master grayed out on every item? Maybe you transfigured your items? What reset are we talking about actually? There's no reset anymore. There's just this here. You just move the upgrade around. There's like one upgrade at the end. There's no reset anymore.
I'll be here, swinging away.
You're playing Dread Claws. Okay. Well, maybe it might be a skill issue, so make sure you do the rotation properly. You know, every 10 seconds you want to activate the set bonus. And then you want to have like your Abyssal Titan up, so he hexes stuff. That's very important. And then ideally also summon a bunch of these totems. And then the nether step spam is kind of important to actually keep all of your minions alive. So make sure you get those boots. They're from Astaroth, I believe, so it's kind of tough to get, I guess. But you can also try upgrading boots in the cube with this thing here. Way too much crit, okay. Do we do two-handed crushing or something? What do we have here? Orange Herald, Moonrise. The base shapeshift form, so this means yes. Conceded is something we can do.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
I got fractured, your sign. Let's see. I think we just send it.
Honored to help, friend. We are stronger together.
An Igni Jar, Seer Q. We can do Nago Q again, I guess. It's definitely not as min-maxed. I have this crit there. Way too much resource here. On the GA temper there. Crits transfigure that is useless. Okay, generally it's decent stuff, I would say. So let's try it. An under city. We get started. Master Organ is definitely much better now. Oh, it's kind of just melting. Okay. Yeah, it's going to do CR and Q anyway. Don't even have to run the debilitating roar. Seems like we actually hit fast enough for the Earth set to just like destroy everything. I don't need Basilisk. Maybe I should run Godslayer after all. In fact, I could, right? We have too much crit. Also, if you say we need 37, 15 there. I wonder if I just equip Godslayer, how it's gonna go. Maybe we want the Godslayer anyway. But this might pull them too close. Okay, let's just send 110 and see. Only human form now is viable? No. It's only bear, really. The human stuff is not great, and bear has also like the Giga resolve ring. So it's just bears everywhere. Slay and Dariel.
The green lighting might be just the amount of skill ranks actually. I think this game has like some visual power progression with more skill ranks on certain skills, so it might be that actually. The green lightning. Maybe you just don't have enough ranks. Dude, after all this time I got the Juggernaut's aspect maxed. Interesting. I think it's 208. That actually works. Yes. No, it's a thing, the visual changing. I'm not sure how this is now with all the new skill variants and so on. But yeah, some skills definitely look different with high ranks. Like there was also like the different ball lightning, like the ball lightning turns purple at some point. And there's like the incinerate beams, you can see those. They look different and so on. They have a blue lightning, blue fire at some point and stuff. Okay, we're kinda zooming actually. Feels like all this like druid stuff here is relatively close. If you include a similar package, I guess. So there's also something I noticed on Rogue. The builds felt decently close, but still, you know, play very differently. So that's nice. Question is, do we want to use Dolmen Stone? I should try to like, include a Dolmen Stone and see if we notice any difference. Wonder if low level Apocalypse is less AIDS. Surely. Yeah, I'm sure that a Druid is great in hardcore PvP against Storks with Flame Shield. It's gonna be amazing. Yeah, Boulder just spins, that's one of the variants. How do I have 59 resolve stacks? And not 60, eh? Wait, it should be 58 actually, right? How do I have 59? I just have one too much, for no reason. I can try the lightning storm by the way, so let's see, it's green, right? So I'm turning it off. Actually I don't have many points. Let's see. I'm not sure if you can like... I can't really reduce my ranks, that's the thing. I have too many ranks already. What's going on with this guy? Okay. Just like a walking shredder, man. It's kind of fun. Guess I turn in the big chest, let's go. Schleier des falschen Todes. Worth for a rogue. No. I tried it a bit. Shroud of False Death, that's a question. I don't really like it too much. I think it's gonna be good for stuff like Mephisto, you know, where you can try to avoid one-shots. But besides that, I don't think I would play with Shroud, because it does make you kind of squishy. So your character already needs to have like a bit of a baseline toughness to actually really, you know, equip that and use it. Because otherwise he's gonna like constantly fight for your life. And then it's kind of decent. But if you're already squishy and then have Shroud, it doesn't really help you with anything. Hi, Shiny. You may know what is the most effective way to farm roots. You get them from Whisper Caches, there's no other way. Trying to lacerate? Yes. Yeah, I just kind of like wanted to boulder and lacerate today, so we're gonna do a bit of bouldering. I've done a lot of Druid now in the last few days, so I think it's time to slowly move on. Just gonna see this now a little bit more, and now that we finally unlocked all of our wall plan trees and stuff, time to abandon this character. Oof. I think there's always like one Animus carry at the start here that I miss. I think I miss them every time. Let's try this again. The Agoy. Like that is. What's the most efficient way to do 300? I forgot about farming Mephisto, you do Helltides. Helltide, like solo, is something like 600 to 800 M an hour. So from 250, you're like I don't know, a quarter of the way there maybe. I think the total is 50 million. So let's say you need like 38 million. Let's say you get 38 billion, sorry. So let's say I get like 1 billion every 1.5 hours. So yeah, something like 50 hours of hell tide maybe, or so. Pay tide 11 in 1 minute with Spearborn with Shadow Vow. Yeah, Shadow Vow sounds kinda nice. If you don't use the Widow's Web, then you have to insta-execute, that sounds pretty good. Plus the dot multi. This is Boulder, Daywalker. Yeah, Mephisto is actually decent XP, yeah. Mephisto is not bad XP, yeah. But it's kind of annoying and you don't get anything there, so... You know, you can farm Helltide and you actually get Giga Loot as well while having more fun and so on, so... And I think Helltide might just still be faster XP anyway. But Mephisto is probably the second best. That's sort is kind of 7-sided strike at home. I was actually talking about this earlier. If you really want to win the D3 Monk Enjoyers, they need to make a Uliana build for Spiritborn. Dude, why can't they just like go back to D3, make a patch and this Giga buff Uliana? Just make it the best build in the game. I think no one would complain about that. Just add a 0 somewhere. But yeah, it would be nice to have something like Uliana in D4. Hi Arana, you want to join the clan? I don't really manage the clan, to be honest, so you can just request and I don't know if there's spots. I guess we can like, let some people in, yeah. Usually it's full, but I guess some people might be inactive. If there is someone complaining, put him in jail. That's a good idea, actually.
Step up to my anvil.
A legendary. Oh, sorry. Hey, well done, you.
Chart the course. Where do we strike?
Should try levels, actually. Kinda curious, how does that go? Ooh. The triple nightmare dream. Okay, let's try 110 here. Hit. And then boss and then escalation. I don't understand, Letty. What are you saying? Dude, it's very satisfying to just blow up a pack of spiders with these boulders, I gotta say. That's definitely fun. And you see like these stone explosions everywhere. You don't need lightning damage, so that's a physical build. The lightning storm is just support. This is boulder.
It is done.
I wonder if I can like replace it a bit heading wrong with something. What? Rogue build go easily in T12. Yes, actually. Rogue has like only good builds actually. Oh. Yeah, that's what we need, guys, man. Dude, 5 years ago. um. Oh god, man, that clip. Oh. Oh! Good shit. Why can we get Uliana again, man? Uh-oh. That's so good, man. Oh. Just blow up the entire pit, like GR 130 here, holy. That was good.
That's it for that piece.
That prisoner interrogation light above me. Yeah, it was like a little like hanging lamp. This was before I had like the stream lamp. The early days, guys. Holy. 5 years ago. No, Boulder feels still really nice, man. I think it would be a bit scuffed with the 5 boulder cap and stuff, but it seems fine, honestly. I'm hitting them fast enough and everything dies. I mean, we could try what happens if I move Might to the Earth line, just for science. Let's see. So we have no extra resolve damage now. And we're missing an unique charm too. Let's see the 9 dimension boss. Oh, no boss. Oops. Boulder, tornado, and lightning. The tornado... No, tornado's over now. I just respect on tornado. I suppose bosses might be a bit of an issue right now. Playing this Boulder Druid here. But also, I am weaker than I should be here. Also, I realize I have Exploit Glyph and I don't think I should run Exploit Glyph. When we have the stone thing going. Kind of Fang and Claw, but it's only against close. Hunter, Keeper, Werewolf, right there. Could do Headhunter, I guess. What the hell? Okay, my triggers are nothing. Basically nothing. There's 11% damage. Nothing. Basically nothing. Nothing. Okay, I have like no transfigures basically, besides like a 11% damage upgrade there. Yeah, but these blues here, for example, they don't die instantly. Now, I could put some other multi here, I guess, right? We should have some other multi. Now, without Might of the Earth, so we're missing a unique charm. We have like a 5-slot seal basically right now. As I see, it's definitely a while out the shields. They have more plate in Diablo compared to RL. No.
So if 4 stacks of OP is 800% damage additive damage, would a 65% aspect be more damage? Generally, the aspect would be stronger, yeah. I mean, if you have 4 stacks of all power giving you 800 additive, this means you already have 4 stacks of all power, right? You're probably talking about tidal aspect, right? You're probably talking about tidal aspect and like having a big all power glyph, I guess. So in that case, you already have 4 all power stacks that already give you 800, plus you have a bunch of other additive that is probably like a total of around 2k. So you go from 2 to 2.8. That's like a 40% increase. So it's not bad. But if you don't have any other secondary benefit from having more overpower stacks, it's usually not worth. Like tidal aspect is something you only do when you have like at least some sort of double or triple scaling on overpower. Like the additive is one, and then you have, you know, for example on the Warlock there's like the Warlock thing, not the Warlock, the Ritualist chart where you have like extra damage for all of your occultist skills for Apocalypse build, for example. Or, you know, stuff like that where stacking overpower is worthwhile, basically. Red Blessing on a Necro and so on. Just for the overpower additive value, you don't do that. Oof. I have a feeling Druids might need a slight buff patch. Actually, when they fix the resolve. Also, I realized you get more resolve here. 1 stack per second while in werewolf form. And 1 stack per cast. That's kinda good, actually. Is overpowered? Not really. I think I did a pretty good job with like the rework of overpower. It's just that I forgot about the glyph on Barb and on Necro. And this makes it pretty ridiculous on those 2 classes in particular. But besides that, I think overpower is actually kind of like an interesting spot. And it does interesting things as well for some builds and so on, with like, you know, how you can spend overpower to do things. Apparently there's like the teleport reset on a sword, for example, which is kind of interesting. Stuff like that. So I like the idea of this. What the hell is going on? Yo. Why not? Dude, why is there so many items? Also, random Shaco. Yo. This might be good for like cooldown hungry builds.
Not terrible, actually. It's basically what I have. Just about the move the GS. So if I manage to roll this into a crit, I could try.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Could use it on a Necro, maybe. On a Warlock. Pets pick materials. Any of them do that. But not more than that. What to do is you plant them on the ground, you click them, monsters appear, the end. And the bosses sometimes drop the whisper caches, maybe every time. Okay, let's see boss. So weird, like I tap WSD and then my character is kind of, he's walking a little bit. It's very strange. Boss damage seems weaker than on Tornado actually, interesting. I killed this guy faster on Tornado. But yeah, Border is not really such a boss killer, I guess. Druid needs a Giga rework on Paragon and Talents. Yeah, they just need to make this transformation board not terrible, right? I think the Paragons are okay on the Druid, but the fact that every build has to go for poison because there's just no fourth board is kind of strange. +4 to rabies, huh?
That's it, I'll be here, swinging away. Prepare to break another work.
bit of health hiding. I should have turned in so I don't have to do another dungeon, I guess. But fine. I want to see a butcher actually, but... Something I can do with the debilitating... I guess the debilitating roll would probably be replaced with Cyclone Armor in a non-resource stacking meta. Or with Grizzly, if you want to do that. Where do you find a build example? This one I didn't make, but this is Boulder Druid. I think we have a max roll guide. You can find it on max roll. We have it. Let's see. There's Boulder. Let's see what Panda did there. He went Locrin. We're almost doing that. Here, starters, right. He has Godslayer. I should try Godslayer. I'm thinking about equipping it actually. Because the Fracture Ring is just stronger than Perdition anyway. I don't think we care much about the speed or the lucky hit. Actually, is it really stronger? In this case, with low crans, I guess you want to crit. Consider reward overcharged. He has anger management. Wait, what do I have on my neck? Vulnerable. All power. So he's not going for all power. Yeah, he's almost the same setup. He has Cry and Goldslayer. Ancestral. Survival. Constricting. So he is going for survival. But where's the all power from? So not a lot of sources of our power. What's a skill bar? Here's the wolves for the attack speed. Here's Cyclone Armor. And he has Grizzly Rage. He doesn't have all power source, I think. Only 8.5% extra damage to go Perdition over Godslayer. And Godslayer can have willpower, which kind of makes up for the core ranks. And then there's movement, lucky hit, we don't care. It's gonna be like life or res. And then it can still be like a resource or cooldown on the helm on Godslayer. And then that resource here could be more damage So you kind of get that damage back, or most of it. So maybe you don't want to run a Petition. Then you go God Slayer. I want to try to see how it feels with God Slayer at least. The movement speed you can get from the boots for the most part, and then Berserking. So that's exactly the kind of helm I was just talking about.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned, like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Dots generally cannot crit. But there is one of the upgrades on Rabies that makes it an instant damage attack that can crit. Oh my god. Okay, we're missing.
More loyal friends you'll not find.
Missing 3% crit chance, that's fine. We have too much resource now, but okay. We're also missing a bit of movement speed, I guess. Yeah, well, the 3% crit chance would be exactly if I had a GA on the Starless here. Also, I wonder if you need the lucky hit resource, or if we just sustain anyway.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
I can get jar runes. You can craft it here. Otherwise, you can just farm runes in Undercity with tributes. There's also this thing from their bosses. But I'm not sure which boss would have the jar rune drop. Yeah, with Berserking and the GA on the movement, you would have cap again. I'm a bit slower now. But I want to try Gold Slayer.
Taken up, you know where to find me.
Where to farm gold? You're bankrupt. Gold reserve in Vile Splendor dungeons. And you can make it like 10 times faster if you include the Gold Fine Seal. There's a seal for the Practice Technique set. It's one of the low level sets. You can get it by 3-to-1 seal upgrading in the cube. Crosshair makes it feel pretty good actually. The best way to farm for Silic.
lair bosses, and then spec into the Nemesis layer. And if you have tributes of Ascendants, you can try those, or the Mythic Armament tribute, I think they're called now. Where's this guy? I'm planning to play 0.5, yes.
Greeting.
Care for a game of chess? Nice. It's worth something. Not much, but something.
Yeah, if you have these mythic tributes, try to do it in a rota with other people. And also allocate the extra pranksters on the left side. Vengeance seems to be falling off immediately. But what is Vengeance? Ah, you mean the Nilfgaard set? Yeah, so the way this works... Okay, the 2-piece bonus should like be easy. You just need to shoot and you get it. But you need to shoot basic attacks. It doesn't work with others. And then the 5-piece bonus, you have to like, hover over enemies if you're playing on mouse and keyboard. To shoot the extra arrows. If you don't hover on enemies or you don't have a target, then it doesn't work.
Aerial here. I kinda like this build more with Godslayer. I think this is a Godslayer angle. On it. Is that enough on this guy? There's a little thing I need to discover actually. Look, it's not discovered. You can basically play the stone set as any build, where you just get a card as an earth choice and activates it on every mob. Yeah, it's not very hard to activate a stone set. But the stone set 2-piece doesn't work. Well, okay, part of the 2-piece, right? You get 100% crit damage and then... Okay, you get most of it, but you don't get the 60% bonus, that's only for earth skills. And I mean, the other sets, you know, have some advantages, right? The wolf set is like insane with the teleports. So if you're playing wolf, you kind of want to use that. The stone set is also kind of nice, I think. I use it on Tornado now. And then companion set. Yeah, I'm not sure about the companion set, honestly. Yeah. How easy is it to have perma characters in there? 50 seconds, 8 seconds, 12 seconds. It's 12 seconds and 50 cooldown. That's quite a long cooldown. I can definitely make builds work without resolve stacking. I just tried here briefly and it seems like okay. But yeah, I guess Druid will probably get a bit of a buff after the resolve stacking is lich. Let's try Wolf set. Yeah, I have to actually on Lacerate. I'm gonna do Wolf.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Oh, the Banished Lord. Imagine they fix the resolve stacking and forget to give Druid a buff. That'll be a classic Blizzard moment actually. Bugged Rouge build. What? Oh man. I love blasting through these like packs of small stuff. The spiders, the maggots. Feels good on this build. Very fun.
It is done.
What skills are you using Radical? Zuga, Penshop plus all the utility stuff. I don't know. I was playing with the I was playing Heartseeker build and everything was fine with the Mirror set for me. Just a bit, you know, weird playstyle, but after a while you get used to it. There's a polarized Maxwell guide, I didn't make my own yet. But mine will be pretty close actually to that anyway. Transmarked 60 maces and 168 gem strength and 3 remained modifiable. And now what are you trying to do? And first of all, it's not your math, it's the AI's math. And second, I would generally not trust that, but rather calculate it myself. But yeah, the modifiable gem strength is probably somewhere in the range of like 1 in 500 to 1 in 800 or so, from my experience. So good luck. Yes, near. Okay guys, it's a little YouTube time. There was a video I wanted to make actually yesterday, but I didn't. guess when we edit, we can also record a tornado video and maybe the boulder video. So I did this. I'm gonna make like a top 10 things I wish I knew sooner video. Let's see. But I'm missing one last point I need to add here. Good night, Night Wolf. Last point is D4 is now good. Well, I knew that before the expansion. So that is fine. Don't gamble in Temis. Why do I just play 2 or 3 days Paladin? Man. Well, it turns out there's not enough days in a month to play all the classes a lot.
Step up to my
Okay, I need to think about the last point here. Either I do like a 5th cube point or a 6th normal one. Need to think about this for like a run or two.
let us plan our next move.
Why so much Warlock smile? Well, because we had to cook Warlock builds. And who else would do it? Paladin, there was almost nothing to cook, you know, all the same builds as before, basically. It's all the same stuff. Nothing really changed, so... Warlock, everything is new. Everyone makes clickbait videos, and we have to fix that. Have to transmute. Actually, that is a good point, actually. I like that. Press F. I also didn't know that for a long time. F is my force move. Yeah, I also had something on F, which was actually this here. So as I opened this, I had to rebind it actually. Because you can't rebind the cube button. Maybe next season we can. Hear some scratching on the door. What's up? Who wants to play? Okay. I don't have to wait until I record my video though, because my editor is about to sleep. His day is not over.
Just not realize it's an opal dungeon. Okay. I'm using Earth set here. It's an Earth build. Is a helpless just too much? You're playing hardcore. Yeah, on Warlock, you're gonna go live on every slot basically. But I mean, you have 27 multi, 10 crit chance. That sounds like quite a lot. What is the other stat that you are missing though? Like you just talked about life and then 2 other stats, so there's like another stat you're also giving up.
Hey, well done you.
Oh. Okay. Good. Of course I hate the music. How else do you think I'm blasting like this? But now it's no music time. Do I actually have that seal? I don't have it on mule somewhere. Let me find this real quick. The drop rates of actually useful items is horrendous on difficulties below Torment 10. Well, the good news is that on Torment 10 and lower you don't need any good gear. You know, your gear is relatively irrelevant because the difficulty is relatively low. So once you move up, you need better gear, and gear will be like the main avenue of progression at some point. But before that, you know, you get paragons, glyphs, you know, your first legendaries and uniques and all this kind of big stuff. Hi, Max. You have live region, like, yikes, okay. Yeah, you definitely need to go for the new gloves they stick and, well, don't die, I guess. Live region is like unusable. Okay, here's the gold thing. You are captured, stupid beast. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I need to get that thing. What is it?
Okay. Hi everyone, so Season 13, Lord of Hatred, has been out for a while, and I have collected a bunch of topics that I want to talk about for things that I wish I knew sooner. I've been blasting all season long. This is just like some kind of collected, oh man, you know, I kind of was missing out on something all this time kind of deal. So I figured maybe this could be helpful for some people out there blasting, and maybe there's some things that you didn't know yourself. So here's my list. I have 5 kind of general points and also 5 related to the cube, because that is actually a pretty important like end game crafting and, you know, gear creation tool now. And there might be a few things that you might also not be aware of if you haven't watched some of my previous videos. So let's get into it. First things first, TP from wall plans. So you have actually a few options when you make a wall plan. So you have the like open map here, and then you have this teleport button. This is behind my cam now, but probably most of you have used that. And you can just press this button here to teleport directly there. There's also a hotkey that I have introduced. So in case you have not been using that, I would really recommend to bind this. So here I literally just press one button and I will TP. However, there is another thing here that comes into play, which is that it actually opens a dungeon or a horde for you, and you can use that either to your advantage or it can be a disadvantage as well. So for example, right now I was like doing a nightmare dungeon run or like an escalation run, or like you open like a dungeon like this, for example, here. And now you think, oh, I opened my dungeon, let's go. I have like a really good mod on this, like an Obol reserve, or maybe a prankster even, or something like that, right? But now if I press this button, well, it will just teleport to a dungeon here, as you can see. And that is not necessarily the same dungeon that I just opened. So sometimes it just closes the one that you already made, and that can just mean you lose out on the one that you wanted to run. So kind of be careful with this. And the other thing is the Infernal Hordes here. So you actually have the option to run either 6-wave or 10-wave Infernal Hordes. At the start of the season, I was actually constantly opening these 10-wave hordes, and they last a lot longer because you have, you know, more ways to go through, and hordes are just not really that hot right now in terms of the rewards. Most people try to skip them as much as possible, which I have also started doing on my later characters at some point after grinding this tree all the way to 7 on one of them, and I decided that's it. So if you have a horde's objective, you want to just use the wall plan to teleport to it, because it will open a horde for you, and that will be a 6-wave horde. So you can choose between the long or the shorter ones. So make sure to use that to your advantage depending on what you want to do. Then we have the gold seal. So maybe you have seen this already, but there is this particular seal, which is a little oopsie, I guess. But you can get a plus 900% gold drop rate on this. But this is a low-level seal. So this is only from pre-torment difficulties where you can acquire this, or you reroll seals 3 to 1. Some people do that anyway to try to get the +1 charm slot. But this will then give you these low set modifiers, and one of them is for the practice technique set, which is also one of these like pre-torment sets, and then you get literally times 10 the gold. It's kind of crazy. So when you take this and you run like a wild splendor dungeon, or I think gold reserve dungeons, there's a bunch of other ways to get out of gold. I believe this even works with stuff like here the golden horde, where it converts the items into gold. Either way, you can get billions of gold, sometimes per dungeon, but at least per hour. It's a lot of gold you can do. Personally, I've not really used that since I just don't really spend too much gold, but a lot of people, especially on the trading side, you might want to have a lot of gold, or if you're like rerolling a lot, for example, this gold can disappear very quickly, so you can use that. Then we have Forgotten Souls, another pretty sought after like material, probably the most important material that we have right now. And it is a sort of a bottleneck in the late game as well. Right now I have a lot of them because I actually started being much more mindful about it. But for example, at the start of the season, I was constantly at 0 Forgotten Souls. So how do you get them and how do you spend them? These are two things you need to understand. And number one thing, how you get them is through salvaging uniques. So you want to pick up every single unique, including the non-ancestral uniques. So you might have seen this on my loot filters, for example. I usually show all uniques, including non-ancestrals. Maybe at some point when you're like really rich, then you don't really care and you just kind of turn this thing on. But for the most part, I actually pick up every single unique from every single lair boss and I salvage them. The non-ancestrals salvage into veiled crystals, and those can be converted at the alchemist into more souls. It's a 10 to 1 conversion here. When you go to refine materials, we have this thing.
So my 300,000 Veil Crystals will be 30,000 extra souls, and that is a lot. And then the rest just comes from like playing the game and, you know, salvaging the actual ancestral uniques. And this is most commonly used for enchanting or for tempering. So for example, here when I try to roll my mods and I go here and I want to, like, you know, try to improve this, these souls disappear very fast. On a 2-handed weapon, that's 50 souls a pop. And the same goes for the tempering. If you try to, for example, make your big gem strength weapons, or just generally just putting a lot of GA tempers on all of the gear, you easily go like down a few hundred souls per item, and then you transfigure it and it breaks, or it doesn't give you anything good, you go again. So souls can definitely disappear in the thousands very quickly. So just kind of be mindful about not enchanting too much, and also picking up all of the uniques, especially, I think. Then we have Nemesis layers, and this kind of goes with the next point, the mythic tributes and pranksters. How to get mythics is a very common question. I have plenty of sparks, I have like 2 entire mules full of mythics at this point. I have a lot of stuff and I haven't even tried, and I could go for so much more if I really wanted. But some people are kind of struggling to find mythics, at least early on, and this is the way to get them. So on the layer boss tree, you want to spec into this point basically right away. Like first thing, you take this. And this will allow you to then go do more layer bosses in the war plans, trying to get more points. And as you do that, every time you open one of those chests, you can get a Nemesis layer. And these Nemesis layers are giga overtuned. Like sometimes I got like double, triple mythic drops even before Torment 12. It's kind of wild. And then the same thing can happen here with the greater Nemesis layer as well. And these things are also for free. So you just open the chest, and sometimes this Nemesis layer portal spawns. Just be mindful, it closes after 30 seconds, so you kind of have to like pick up all the loot and go in. And if you're full, then you go back to town before engaging the fight. But you want to go through the portal, or else you might lose it. And also reset the dungeon after successfully completing a Nemesis layer, because if you kind of keep farming the same boss to try to get more of them, you might end up in the same empty layer again. So just make sure you do like the reset dungeon at some point. And then for the mythic tributes, we have this thing here. You can find them randomly. You can also upgrade tributes. So this is the mythic tribute of armaments. And there's also the greater tribute of armaments, for example. You can go to the cube and 5-to-1 these, for example. So you have this here, and boom, there's a mythic one. So the legendary goes to the mythic, and then the yellow one goes to the legendary. So you can kind of like, move through the ranks here until you have the mythic one. And then you can do a party with a rotation of 4 people, each bringing their own mythic tribute. You get guaranteed 1 mythic, I believe, at any torment difficulty as soon as you reach achievement rank 1, and then it goes up with the random drops and stuff like that afterwards. So I don't think you have to really try too hard to go to like a high difficulty. Just be mindful, you actually have like a relatively high time bonus penalty and all that. You have to go pretty fast, and it also beefs up the monsters a little bit. So some people might actually be risking failing this if you're struggling in a certain difficulty. But if you just go down 1, you should be fine. And then you also have the Undercity upgrades here, where on the left side with 3 points you can get the Portal Pranksters. And those Portal Pranksters, each of them will spawn another chest in that run, each dropping another mythic. So you might have seen one of my shorts, for example. I went in there and I got 4 mythics from a single tribute. So this is kind of wild. And like this, you're going to be swimming in purple items very soon when you do those 2 things. And now let's talk about the cube a little bit. So I have 5 points for that. Number 1, actually, let's try this real quick. So F for transmute. In case you didn't know, there is actually a hotkey for using the cube. And you can see this here. It says, like F, right? It's like right here behind the cam. F for transmute. I didn't know this for like 2 weeks when I started. But you can just hold down this button and then it will do the thing that you have selected. So here I do a chaotic reroll, and here's another one, and here's another one. So you can just keep using the recipe over and over, and you don't have to like constantly move your mouse around and click on transmute again and then look at the item again. You can just do that, and it's much more convenient, and it's actually decently fast. Technically, you can do it faster if you go like, really fast, like, press the button, look, press the button, but it's not much faster. So just out of convenience, I would recommend just use that hotkey. However, you cannot rebind that hotkey, so just be aware of this. If you have something on F, it will do that thing instead. I actually had to change my keybind for a thing in order to use this, and I'm not sure how this is on console, but I guess there's also a hotkey for it. So yeah, kind of nice to know. Then we have locking of mods. So this is also kind of interesting. I can show this as an example here. So for example, right, if I wanted to really have this life roll, it's like a GA or whatever, you know, like a good roll, and you can actually protect it with the enchanter. So I can go to the enchanter, and also something that I kind of learned later is, well, you just go here and select no change. Even if there's a greater affix, it will remain the greater affix. Usually, you know, when you roll it away, it's gone. But if you just select no change, it will just be what it is. And then you can go back to the cube, and now I can no longer remove this life roll with the cube. It's just locked now, so there's only 3 other mods that can be rolled now. So you kind of take out the thing that you want to preserve, which can give you a lot of advantages in trying to hit other stats much more easily. Especially when you have items where you have different categories of mods and you use focus reroll, and you have, you know, some of these prisms here. Let's say there is 1 defensive mod and 1 offensive mod and 1 resource mod, and then you want to roll a second offensive mod, for example. It will be extremely easy to make these items with focus reroll then, because the one that you locked is just, you know, fixed. It cannot be changed anymore. And once you get a thing, you lock it with the enchanter, and there you go. The downside is you cannot use the enchanter later to then actually roll that stat as like the final step, for example. But if that is not what you're planning anyway, this is a very good cube trick here that will save you tons of mats as you go. Then we have another point here, transfiguration early. And that means just send it. You know, everything you have, especially as you progress, you know, you're gonna have a lot of trash items that you will replace at some point, right? You already know that the items you have are trash, right? If you're like in Torment 6 and you have like your, you know, non-ancestrals equipped with like crappy aspects on them, well, just send it. You just go there after, you know, doing all your things, tempers, imprint, whatever, and you just go for it. It's just like a free upgrade almost every single time. The chance of actually making an item worse is quite low. It can happen that an affix that you really want is getting replaced with something you don't care about, but the chances of that are actually pretty low. And at the very minimum, you get nothing, or almost always you get some upgrade. And that is actually a relatively good power spike. In the early game, when you're like low Paragon, early season, you know, you're like mid Torments, you have like these random 0 GA items, getting like a random plus 200 main stat, getting like a random plus 8% crit, plus 10% attack speed here, a bit of auras there. It adds up actually, and that can easily boost you straight through another torment level or something like that. So I would recommend just send it if you know that you don't care about the item later anyway. Just free transfiguration is free power basically. So using those transfiguration mods, and they drop pretty frequently after a certain point, is definitely a really good thing to do. Even if it will make an item worse, the overall gain is almost always like positive. So just keep that in mind. And then another cube trick, the cube aspects. So in case you weren't aware of this, especially if you're starting out in a fresh season, which I guess maybe for season 14 might be relevant, or maybe for an alt, for example. If you have obols here, or you farm, for example, obol reserve dungeons, you can get a lot of obols here, like thousands of obols in a single run. And you just go to vendor here and you get a bunch of items. And then you take the ancestrals like this here and you upgrade to legendary. It doesn't matter what stats it has, you know, if it's an item you don't care about, you know, 0 GA, whatever, you just send it. And in that case, you can print aspects really fast and really easily. In particular for offensive slots, or for example, I tend to do this with rings very often because sometimes I might use a resource aspect and they're kind of hard to get. But rings have only offense and resource, so the pool is not so diluted. Or you, for example, do offense or one-handers that only have offensive mods, which are usually the ones that you really care about to optimize. And you want to do this on ancestrals because they roll higher. So the maximum potential is higher. Don't use your 850s for this unless you're like really desperate early on and you have nothing at all. Then you can do that, I guess. But for the most part, you just take all of these ancestrals that you gamble, even if they have crappy stats, and you just send it. And then you can also do the 3-to-1 of that. So now I have like, you know, 3 of these weapons here, and, you know, we can throw them all in and then realize, okay, nothing here is something that is an upgrade for my cube or for my codex. And we just try this again. You get like a extra, you know, buy 2, get 1 free kind of deal. And like this, you can actually get your aspects sorted out really fast, even on a fresh character. So within like, I don't know, 10 hours or so of making an alt, I have basically everything I want max rolled or very close to that. This druid here, for example, now is, I don't know, 30 hours or so. And well, you see I have like everything golden basically, besides, you know, I'm missing like one here and one there, and that's about it. So yeah, it goes pretty fast if you do this for like maybe a few hundred items or so as you get a few obos. And lastly, upgrade unique. This is also another thing that a lot of people are not aware of. There is a pool of items that you cannot get from any boss. There's a few uniques that just are random drops. So very typical examples are the Tybalt's Will. So this is like a pretty common item. I actually have it equipped here. This you cannot really very easily get. It's also hard to gamble. Technically, you can gamble for these uniques as well. But if you go to another vendor outside of Timus, for some reason in Timus you can't gamble uniques, in case you weren't aware of that. But for the most part, what you want to do is you gamble pants and wait for ancestral pants. So for example, we have, I don't know, let's take this one here. Imagine this was a blue one. Usually I take the blue ones, but you can remove affixes until they are common. And then the common ones can be upgraded to unique. So here you go, boom, and we got a pair of pants. And most of the time you have only like very few items in the pool of possible options because it will remain the same item type. So in some cases, for example, for weapons, especially for class-specific uniques, sometimes there's only one choice. Like if I go here and I, for example, upgrade a two-handed mace on a Druid, there will be only the Purified Lightbringer. And if you're playing a polarized build, then this is your weapon basically. And boom, there you go. It's super easy to print some of those weapons. But also for some of those non-boss uniques, this is kind of the way to get them, because otherwise they just never drop. So this includes Tybalt's or stuff like Banished Lord's Talisman, or I think even the Bloodmad Idol, for example, is one of those. So a few of these generic classless items are really tough to get in other places. So this is the way to get them. Yeah, and that also sums it up for this video here. So these are my top 10 tips. Hope this helps you out if you're still blasting the season, or maybe for the next season start. A few of these things are kind of like more for the early progression, I guess. We'll see if all of this will stick around, like the gold seal, I don't know. But for now, this is what I got here, and hope everyone is having a blast in season 13. So hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. That was what? Okay.
Taken apart. Melted down. Excellent fight.
Do I play with Legendary Seals over Mythic Seals, or just haven't found a good one? I have not found the only useful Mythic Seal, really. Well, I did, but that character's dead. And even if I had it, I'm not sure if it would really fit in this build. Like, for example, on Rogue, I had it, and there was just not a single build where I even wanted to use it. So it's very like build and class specific if that actually works. Isn't my crystal for console conversion 100 to 1? No, you use 100 and get 10. Did I end up doing a planner for Tornado Druid? Yes, it's an increasing build. Tornado build is great at what content? Speed, boss, pit push. Not so much for the push. There's definitely stronger builds on the Druid. I'm not sure where Tornado would end up. I guess like kind of 30 or something maybe. But it's definitely like a nice, comfy farming build. Blizzard hasn't said anything about wall plans account-wide, but on Thursday they're gonna preview the new season, so we'll see. Do I try the Dolmen Stone? Is that a thing? So you basically lose half hour damage to then sometimes get the explosion that may or may not hit anything at all. Like, how big is this explosion? Like, if that covers the entire screen, then maybe. If that works with all of the modifiers on Boulder. It seems very shit, if you ask me. Oh my god. Well, I managed to make them explode right before me. But it's like delayed, right? It's like, if I want to turn to the other side or something, then I don't know where they explode, you know? Like if I actually move, there's like explode in some random area. Yeah, this might be like really good for bosses, basically, I guess. Which is a bit of the weakness of this build. Okay, the question is, does it always crit? Does it get the boulder modifiers?
I'll watch your back.
A lot of normal hits. Wait, where's all these normal hits coming from? What? Oh, wait. Wait, where's my... We don't have to resolve stacks now. Actually, I need to be a beaver quick, guys. I'm gonna do this here.
Okay guys, we're back. So let's try this Dolmen Stone. But I want to see, does it crit every time? Can we get some extra crit? The offhand maybe? That should give us enough, right? 58. Okay, let's see it. Oh my god, this AoE is so small. Why does it double hit? It hits like twice. No, it doesn't. Ah, the white hits are from Earth Bulwark, I guess. Okay, it seems like it does benefit from the modifiers. What the heck's the idea of Stone Burst? It does more damage if I spam click it and never channel it. Yeah, this might be a thing. I'm not sure if they ever fixed that. I mean, it's like this thing where it like grows by itself, and then it's also like the offhand where it's always starting at the maximum. I guess. I'm not sure how it works these days with the offhand. You're almost one-shotting T12 bosses. Yeah, Stoneburst, I could imagine, is pretty strong. Okay, do we have a good Dolmen Stone? That's right. And thoughts on the best Enquiries builds for Druid. Yeah, Companion is just the strongest, but I wouldn't really play that. That's just like a push thing, I guess. I think this is otherwise relatively inconvenient. Man, these emeralds actually suck. Holy. This has Fizz and Werebear, so this is probably the best one out of these, actually. Oh. Fizz and Vuln. No life or movement though, but okay. I can try this. That's alright. Yeah, I always play hardcore. But yeah, I think I have to make one more character on softcore at least, because I'm almost full on Baleful Fragments. And when that happens, it's Ogre. So yeah, we have 3 more classes to make. Actually, I think, do we get Baleful Fragments from like non-ancestral unique salvage? I think so. I need to check that. Maybe we're gonna turn off the non-ancestral uniques, and that should help. And we could like slowly approach 1 million. I need to check how much it is. Well, that's how we roll, Kira. Yo. Well, if you want to have a build that is hard to set up, pretty good, then Death Trap is the one, yeah. That's like the hardest build to make. And it's a pretty good build, but it's not like anywhere close in power compared to whatever you already played. But it's very fun and very fast and very comfy.
Once you have it like with proper gear set up.
What is a waitress, isn't it?
Yes, I heard Sepke, it's kinda cool. Which means I should definitely get like at least 2 or 3 characters done in like the first patch, and then it's basically like another league, but they don't call it another league, I guess. So kinda interesting. I want to play Barb. I guess you're gonna play a lot of Barb actually. There's a lot of cool builds I wanna make. Okay, let's put like a good number on this thing. We have 200 attuned anyway. Nah, this is okay, this is good enough, I guess. Okay, so what is my old amulet? What did I lose? Crit multi, I think. Yeah, this one has Vuln crit. This one has Vuln fist. So the crit is obviously better. We have no crit on. Actually, we do have 63, 100. No crit here, okay. So you're definitely gonna lose a bunch of damage just from the stats. And the Spirit on kill instead of life. But okay. Besides that, it's kind of fine for now. Let's see how this will go. Do I want to change anything else? We lost the crushing aspect now, right? So we can actually put it... Oh, which aspect was it? Changeling? Conceded. Okay, so we skip that, it's fine. Okay, crit is 33, so missing the same 4%. Turn off the numbers. So we see things. Yo, Ricky, thank you so much for the prime. CQ, Jar. Okay, we do otherwise the same thing basically, but let's see if this exploding boulder thing is like decent or something.
Oh, sorry. I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
We're really missing speed, man. This God's there.
This place.
Torment 8, 9 Torment trying to farm favorite tokens, but it's so slow. Gotta get 1 or 2 to a Helltide. I'm not sure if Helltide is really the way. I remember last time we had this event, rare bosses were really good. So I could try that. I wasn't sure what people are actually doing. I haven't really paid attention. Okay, I have to say I don't like the Storm and Stone at all. I don't know. Like these explosions just don't happen where I want them to happen. I don't know. Not even sure if they do a lot of damage compared to my actual boulders. They need to at least do the same damage as my boulders. And actually they have to do at least 2 times the damage, I would say.
Because my boulders usually hit like 2 or 3 times. Oh, we didn't put the aspect for the bull on it. Wait a second. Well, before we roll a lot, we can do this, I guess. So that would help. So I have to keep in mind that we didn't miss the aspect now. It's like actually a 30% buff. Or 40 even with a glyph. I wouldn't call this new or a Sork, but yeah. Yeah, the favors don't have any use after you claimed all the stuff. Okay, after this you have a pit and an elbow, so that's kind of perfect. Wait, the same dungeon. Funny. Maggots. Had to be maggots. Kind of bad with the Dolmen Stone, I must say. It doesn't feel like it's doing that much. It seems like at least against the boulder crit chance. World boss 9 minutes. Okay, perfect. We go back to a real build in time. Still 108. That is hardcore I am. Ooh. Nasty. These guys are waiting for me. Yeah, it kind of feels like even if the Bowman Stone does something, it's like still inconsistent. Like I'd rather have my boulders actually do more damage. You know, if I assume that the boulders do the same as my... Sorry, if I assume the Dolmen Stone does the same as my boulders right now,
I'd rather have double damage on my boulders themselves. Even if like the extra hits might trigger the earth set faster and stuff. I don't think it's actually more damage in a way. Also decently fast run though. It's like a long boss, yeah. This feels really good. I mean, the build is good. But is Amulet? I don't know. I don't think so. Hello, cute guys only. You got the expansion. I've been playing the story. It's pretty cute so far. Nice. Yeah, the story is pretty good actually. It was quite praised. You made up with Big T Daddy. I don't recall exactly. The campaign is relatively long actually. Speedrun took me 3.5 hours, like skipping everything and stuff. So it does take a bit. I think I finished at like a level 42 on normal difficulty. If that tells you anything. Yeah, the scene's bad here actually, with the Storm and Stone. It's like really bad, what the fuck. I don't think this does anything, man. Like, let me just change the neck. We'll see. We have a few minutes until that boss anyway. Okay, this minute is a bit worse, and I also don't have the neck. So, just from stats and aspect, I am like down, let's say 30 to 35%, I would guess. Because I definitely have better stats on this thing, plus I'm missing the aspect, but let's see. This was a really slow kill. And let's also put the glyph back, because it's single target, we're gonna have the ravens doing the glyph thing. Okay, let's see. That's also not crazy, to be fair. But considering this is a unique nick, which is also way harder to farm, I don't know. Four GA static drop, nice. I'm glad N is dead. Yeah, Kugas only, everyone is glad about that actually. I guess guys, I was just dumb and stone, fuck it. Nice fatal shapeshifting. All plans unlocks right after you finish the campaign. You don't have to be 70 for that. On a fresh character, on alt, you can actually start at 1. I think it's so much resolve. With maximum resolve. Any ideas for other interesting builds with Silic? Well, I tried it very briefly on the Warlock with Dirge plus Seed on Lunatic, but the problem is that Dirge was bugged and you couldn't really do that. But now Dirge is getting fixed on Tuesday, so maybe. But I'm not sure if the Warlocks will be tanky enough for that, but maybe.
Hello. Any further?
Greeting.
Dirge on Tuesdays. Would I cook? And the problem is like Silic and cooking and hardcore doesn't really compute very much. So I tried it briefly and I found it to be extremely squishy. And then we still have the problem that I guess we have to see what happens on Tuesday, but at least now Dirge drains you in town, so you always start to run at 0. So you have to find a way to not start at 0 resources. And someone instantaneously get resources and stuff like that, so you know, it's just kind of stupid with the Dirge just draining you in town. So if I can go around that, then we could do it. I'm not even sure it would necessarily be better, because you have to put the seed into the talisman and equip the Silic and give up on a big aspect. So you already reduce the thing you're trying to scale by putting it into the talisman. But yeah, maybe, you know, it might be enough. Nice, Cascara.
Come. Let us plan our next move. It is done.
Selig, Mythic Charm, yeah, just get that real quick, no problem. Well, that's definitely solid though. We can take the Pulse build and convert it. It won't even change much.
Keep this as it is. We keep that as it is. Delete this thing. Nice. I need to double check this board here. Maybe we don't run this bear board. So you can do heightened metals. So this is a 45% and a 25%. So together it's an 81. That's actually insane. But we need overpower for it. And then overpower, we don't have any synergies for it, but it's like 4 stacks, 60% additive. So maybe something like that, 90%. The whole package of overpower stacks on the boots and this thing. And then the alternative would be 35% and a 30% and a 25%. That's actually more, quite a bit. So you should actually do heightened metals, I think. Put anger management. Maybe also gets movement speed as well. And then we put a storm, this is overcharged. We do this. This is 60, 70. Now we also have the speed that you need. Boom. This is 76. Sorry, 86 plus 15. Perfect. Agora. We have an entire tier list for that. So you should probably check this out. And besides that, the ratings were not really like, you know, streamlined enough across all the offers and stuff. So we decided we go for the pros and cons more than that. Just to help, you know, people figure out, okay, this is like, you know, a good build for this purpose, or this is really good at single target, and this is really good at AoE, or, you know, something like that. So I can check that instead. Where can you find eternal builds? Everywhere. Every build is eternal right now. But only for this season, so good luck next time. Right now, there's only eternal. Okay, I think this is actually, it doesn't really need much more adjustment. We have fractured here, this crit chance is 28.5. I think you may need this, 37. Okay, perfect. Let's fix this. What's the difference between tiers on Maxwell, like A versus B? Yeah, we have like internal metrics for that, but we don't really put that on the tier list exactly, because these are just our benchmarks and so on. We actually don't need the Ravens, I just realized. Was I running Ravens? They're kind of useless here. So what do we do instead, actually? There's Berserking here, healing, dodge. We can do Cycling, I guess. We could do Grizzly Rage anyway, even without going for the cooldown, to be honest. Is there like a reason not to? Earth and Stone Skills maybe cast as a werewolf. What? Why does it say werewolf? But yeah, I guess I can just do Grizzly Rage on the bar anyway, but then we can't spec into Pedify. But I guess that's fine. It's not such a big difference. So maybe do this after all. Then can also do the extended duration. Could even do this, I guess. Nemesis does show up in any levels. Damage to poisoned, damage, healing, life, res. Okay, so a relatively decent board, I guess. We have outmatch here. So we're playing bear, but they don't take the bear board. Unlucky. Oh, they like misplaced here actually. This should be one. Okay. So we have outmatch that needs to go somewhere else. Let's do heightened. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Earth, crowd, nature, damage, core. We don't need this actually. So we can do outmatch here. We can do Fang and Claw. It's only 4 in the exit there. But okay. I think I want this as the last one. That's like a hit there. Damage, nature. Res. 2, 3 stones. Well, you have outmatch here, so we kind of want to boost these and make sure we have that. There's res, life, armor, res, damage, poison. So we can also do this as the last one.
Oh, there's no other notes to take anymore, I guess. So +5 main stat. I guess you could try this. Get Grizzly Rage back a little bit more, but you know, we don't really invest in the cooldown. So not always in Grizzly Rage, it's just kind of like there sometimes. I don't really need it for anything. Because we're already bare, we're already blasting. Not sure we really want the debilitating roar. I don't think we need it. There's like way too many points already. I guess just gonna put a few points in the Bulwark because not everyone might have the full combo of all the points there. What? Okay. Also the Eldraine you wanted to put here, right? Okay. You want to go fast, have nice AoE and single target, and you want to be a Warlock. I think what you actually want to play is a Sork, actually.
But otherwise, I suggest a Lunatic. Wouldn't actually change very much here, I guess. Do we just put a normal ring? What do we put on it? Yeah, follow path, crushing, considered already. I guess it's a big changeling. And then big resource, basically. Resource. Resource. I don't know. It's kinda ooh. And some crit. And more crit.
Welcome to my home away from home.
Okay. I think this is fine. Let's put us here. I didn't realize 283 Paragon is halfway. I'm not sure if that's still the case. It changed Paragons a little bit, but I think it might still be. Which one prefer so far for Druid build? I don't know, they're all relatively similar and relatively comfy and fun. I like the Tornado the most, I guess. Even though we have to play around the Grizzly Rage more. This boulder thing is also always comfy, man. You just walk and blast. The Polarize is an air semi-useless since you don't really crit because of Petrify. Yeah. I found it was still nice to go air. It's still an 80% buff. And then the alternative is Godslayer, I guess. Get to Godslayer, and then I'm not sure if I had Godslayer as a charm. I think I did, right? So I could do another charm then. Gonna try at least one wolf build with a red moon set? Yes. We're gonna do Lacerate actually. Is there a way to apply buffs to yourself in the default planner? You have this calculation thing here, but it's currently deactivated since, you know, we need to build everything from scratch again. But yeah, you can also just hover over here and then some stuff is already kind of calculated into the stats here. But yeah. Hello, some triple imbuement rogue build. I would say wait for next expansion. Anyway. You see Fanaticism and Aura crit chance applied in a build. Yeah, it could be that it was like added, you know, before we did the calculations were deactivated. I don't know. It might be like an old build, right? And then it was still in the calcs. Here it's not. I mean, it is here actually. So maybe... Oh, look, it works. So you can just do this. But yeah, some stuff is like not implemented here, so... What's the best like a hit trigger for Druid? Oof. I think when I tried to make an Andarius build, I used Landslide for that. But it was pretty abysmal. Yeah, I'll try Sork. Wait, do we miss out? Oh shit. We miss out on a shred, right? Then you go into Grizzly Rage. But I guess he would still have it on the bomb. I wasn't really using it that much anyway, so we still have it on the bomb and Grizzly Rage is down, I guess. Cycler armor should be going anyway. We can activate the lightning storm now. Yeah, well, Alfric, congrats on 30. I mean, with that you beat most other people and most other classes. So there's that. But yeah, 150 is still roughly 250 times harder, so good luck. I have so much downtime. I'm gonna try a pit one more time. Up when? Soon.
How do you choose between all damage and core stat when you have both pretty high? You do math. Nice. Okay. Yeah. That's surely gonna fix all the bugs, guys. Smile. Yo, Boulder is vibing actually. I think I might go back to playing some Druid with Boulder after I'm cooking other classes or something. If I feel like I want to play some more, I'm gonna load up Boulder. You want Ravens back? Yeah. I can't believe they didn't do like a variant or the unique, man. There's 4 different places to put the core skill Ravens. Oh man. What were they thinking? Do we even have Ravens as a build? Is that even a build that we have right now? Is anyone playing Ravens? Cook Ravens. I'm not gonna play Ravens, man. With the cooldown and the fucking pack leader. No way. Okay, so pest. Ah, okay, we had cooldown. So DLC needed to have a good quality endgame. Kind of. Okay, so levels is not crazy, but it's fine. Let's try Mephisto.
Let's do it then.
Okay, no Rust Bitten, I guess. So I guess he's gonna do Petition. You know, Werewolf, Lightning Builds. No. I'm gonna wait for better days for that, I think. So I don't really have exactly the right Dragon Board we should have. And we don't have the Berserking all the time. It's not always in Grizzly Rage. But I guess I can try to time things a little bit here. Weird. Oops. Wait, my writing sound was off. How did it not activate? I don't have vulnerable. Unlucky. We're kind of melting him actually. Congrats on a diamond bind, lane name.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am.
Is the boss left jump on boss like Durian's on huge on Torment 11 to Torment 12? Yes.
Burn from your eyes.
I think it's like roughly times 10 or so. Or maybe a bit less than 10. I need to check. Now he's staggered. Oof. Actually, I could have probably tried to burst him down, huh? After the stagger, but I guess we have to do it manually now. You should let the bear stand on border and run as a mobility skill. That sounds amazing.
Wake up.
And balance, like in the circus. Okay. Hopping. Look at the rocks. Okay. And I don't think I even activated Grizzly Rage. There's also about Grizzly Rage. I would actually like, absolutely destroy him if I pressed it here in phase 3 instead of at the end of phase 2. He doesn't have that much life in phase 2 anyway. Okay. Huge loot, guys. Yo, Enduring Faith though with crit multi. Wow. Alright. Insane. The seals, man. Who would win? A giant demonic god or chubby bear throwing pebbles? Oh god. I love that actually. You need to write that again actually when I restart the recording in a second. I'm gonna do a little recording for this. Time to make it chubby. Yes.
Hi everyone, welcome to my Boulder Druid guide. Lately I've been blasting on this class and had a ton of fun. I've been playing Tornado, this, and Polarize that you might have seen already. And I had blast on all 3 of those builds, so I want to show this one off to you. And this is a pretty competent build thanks to the power of resolve stacking that gives us a ton of damage, a ton of defense, and this is an absolute vibe to play. So you just kind of cruise around through the maps, you can cast boulders while moving and they just circle around you. It's like ball lightning sword, a bit of spin to win, like barb feeling kind of. And it's just super nice to play this. This is like one of the most fun farming builds for me for the Druid. And as you can see here, cruising for those pit 110s in like 90 seconds or so is absolutely possible. This can be min-maxed even further. And I think this will probably push somewhere into like the 130s territory or something like that. I've also taken down hardcore T12 Mephisto with this. So that was actually no problem at all. And the burst on bosses can be actually pretty ridiculous, especially if you also press your Grizzly Rage, which I didn't even have here. But it is, yeah, just kind of a very smooth all-rounder build. And their bosses die in a few seconds with this, and you can cruise through maps and not really think too much about it. I made a very comfy setup, I think. So I have a planner here that I put together earlier. We have a mid-game and an end-game variant. I do recommend that you play this only once you have at least acquired a Tybalt's Will. So I didn't really make like a leveling build or something like this. But this is kind of like a crucial piece of the puzzle to really kind of get the whole thing going with the resources. And also you want to have the resolve stacks tempered and masterworks, because that is a huge upgrade later in the end game. So you kind of want to have that. So if you want to look for a leveling guide, I recommend maybe check out what we got here. There's a bunch for the druids that we have, but there's no boulder for leveling. So you want to take one of these others. In fact, I took Polarize as kind of the baseline to start from. So this is like the closest build to that if you're looking for one. Now let's talk about how this build actually works. So here's my character right now, just to show you a little bit what I have here. This is relatively decent gear, but nothing extraordinary, I think. I was actually running around with a Godslayer crown earlier instead of the Perdition. Either way is fine, but I do like the Godslayer pull for this. And you can also put pretty good stats on this, because we don't actually really care much about what the Perdition has. We don't really care much about the movement or lucky hit or even the skill ranks. They're not that crazy. And the crit chance is actually also not really helping us much. This is a crit build that reaches 100% crit chance, but on your shield you only need 37%, because Boulder has this node here where per resolve stack you get 1% extra and a 5 baseline. And with 58 maximum resolve stacks, if you temper and masterwork this on 4 different slots, plus the Glint's Anvil aspect, well, you're gonna get a lot of crit chance. So you don't really need almost any at all, and whatever you need basically comes from the starters alone. So I don't even have the crit chance temper on my weapon. I just put random crit damage there as an offensive temper. And for example, attack speed is also not really crazy on this build, because you can have only 5 ballers out at a time. And then they kind of start despawning anyway, so you don't really care about casting very often either. So you just kind of stack more damage everywhere you can. Everything here is just like vuln damage, crit damage, maybe elemental damage, like a glove like this is really good. Same thing here, so you can also put skill ranks and whatever. And have a little bit of resource cost and resource gen. So here this ring, for example, is kind of neat, because it is a pretty hungry skill. See here, the base cost is like 51 for me right now. This is with this ring. So 60 is the baseline. And then you have the Starless in the late game. You can make it work without it, but it is getting kind of tight when you don't have it. So I made a setup here where I basically put like another kind of like a big resource ring. There's, you know, resource gen, resource cost, and so on this, and it kind of imitates the Starless. So that is an option, but I think the Starless just makes it a little bit more smooth and, you know, more streamlined basically. So you can definitely play without, but it helps a lot to make sure that the cost kind of comes down, because even with the Tybalt's regen 50 per second, it drains the resources pretty fast. And on top of that, you want to have the Lightning Storm going at all times. So similar to maybe some other Druid builds you have seen, Lightning Storm can just be toggled on and off passively like this. And it just kind of keeps going all the time. It doesn't really do any damage, but it does apply a vulnerable for us. We have an aspect here. It's called the Overcharged aspect, that you want to have either on your amulet or your boots. to get this vulnerable effect and also the extra damage against vulnerable enemies. So this just applies that for you. It also applies, for example, the constricting tendrils Paragon node here, which poisons enemies, and then you get an extra boost against those poisoned enemies. So it just does that passively, because the like a hit on Boulder is actually abysmal. So this helps out a lot with this. And there's also some other little things. You can get lucky hits here or here, for example. So depending on what you do, there's a bunch of little things that the Lightning Storm helps you with. So basically at the start of the run, you just kind of toggle this on and it just keeps going forever, but it also costs resources. So this is another reason to have the Starless and have a bit of investment into this. And besides that, yeah, we have a Boulder Amulet that I should talk about. I think I have deleted it already, but there is the Dormant Stone. I just want to quickly highlight that this is relatively trash. If you have any ideas about it, I tried it and it just seemed like an insane downgrade, honestly. So it makes your bottles explode when